I'll request all of you to please keep standing. We'll be playing the IDMA anthem. I'll request all of you to please keep standing. We'll be playing the IDMA anthem. I'll request all of you to please keep standing. We'll be playing the IDMA anthem. I'll request all of you to please keep standing. We'll be playing the IDMA anthem. I'll request all of you to please keep standing. We'll be playing the IDMA anthem. I'll request all of you to please keep standing. We'll be playing the IDMA anthem. I'll request all of you to please keep standing. We'll be playing the IDMA anthem. I'll request all of you to please keep standing. We'll be playing the IDMA anthem. I'll request all of you to please keep standing. We'll be playing the IDMA anthem. I'll request all of you to please keep standing. We'll be playing the IDMA anthem. I'll request all of you to please keep standing. We'll be playing the IDMA anthem. I'll request all of you to please keep standing. We'll be playing the IDMA anthem. I'll request all of you to please keep standing. We'll be playing the IDMA anthem. I'll request all of you to please keep standing. We'll be playing the IDMA anthem. Friends, generally the responsibility of welcoming all of you falls upon the chairman of IDMA-GSB, Dr. Shainik Shah, but today he's slightly indisposed, so that responsibility has fallen on me. So, Dr. Koshia, FDCA Commissioner, Dr. Naresh Sharma, DDCI CDSCO New Delhi, Dr. Ravi Kant Sharma, DDCI CDSCO Ahmedabad Zone, Dr. Viranchi Shah, National President IDMA, Dr. Shainik Shah, Chairman IDMA-GSB, the team from CDSCO, officers from FDCA Gujarat, other dignitaries of the stage, and my fellow industry colleagues. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to this one-day workshop on vendor validation as per revised Schedule M. As we all know, revised Schedule M is a big challenge facing the pharma industry. Compliance with revised Schedule M is a big challenge facing the pharma industry today, especially for the SMEs. But we must appreciate the government and the regulators who are sort of, in a way, hand-holding the industry and guiding us through this difficult journey of compliance with revised Schedule M. Today's workshop is part of a series of workshops that IDMA has been conducting with CDSCO across India. In fact, if we see over the last 1 year, IDMA has conducted nearly 15 such workshops on revised Schedule M and the various aspects of revised Schedule M. If we talk about IDMA Gujarat State Board, we have been working in association with CDSCO and FDCA Gujarat State to organize 3 such workshops in the last 1 year. The first workshop was on general changes in revised Schedule M. The second workshop was on different topics like HVAC and risk management, water system. That was the second workshop. And today we are having this third workshop on vendor validation. With all the 3 stakeholders working together, I am very sure that industry will meet this challenge successfully. And as always, Gujarat will be at the forefront of meeting revised Schedule M requirements. I also take this opportunity to welcome our online participants who have joined us on our live YouTube link. We are live streaming this workshop on YouTube because many participants could not register due to seating capacity constraints, and especially for participants from outside Ahmedabad city. So we are, for the first time, IDMA-GSB is live streaming this event so that industry can take maximum benefit out of it. I would once again like to welcome all of you to this event, and I hope that this will be helpful in your journey to compliance with revised Schedule M. We'll now move to the next part of the program. I'll request Dr. Viranchi Shah, National President of IDMA, to share his thoughts on vendor validation to this topic.
Respected Dr. H.G. Koshia, Dr. Ravi Kant Sharma, Dr. Naresh Sharma, Dr. Shainik Shah, Sumit, officers from FDCA Gujarat, officers from CDSCO, participants from the industry, speakers, friends who have joined online, ladies and gentlemen. A few months back, the world saw a very interesting manipulation of supply chain, and that was with respect to the Israel war, where suddenly hundreds of pages blasting and creating a new level of warfare. Of course, we are not here to discuss the warfare, but what is more important is for us to realize that a small tweak in the supply chain can definitely cause a havoc. Even while the cases of DEG were investigated, because as you know, there were certain international red flags with respect to certain cough syrups. Post that, the CDSCO and respective state licensing authorities have done a lot of work to ensure that the entire supply chain of propylene glycol, sorbitol and some of the other high risk excipients is put in a proper order. And we could realize that in certain instances there were tempering and there were change in the grades of some of these excipients that were diverted to pharmaceutical industry. A couple of years back, we had a similar incidence when one of the US FDA inspections happening in China, during the audit of an API manufacturing facility, they could identify certain additional peaks during the stability study of that particular API, and it was a sartan. And later on further investigation, we came out with a new finding which today most of us are complying about the nitrosamines. And there was a new finding that a small peak that was never identified actually was a possible carcinogen. And it led to global recalls of many sartan formulations, ranitidine and ranitidine combinations. Metformin was many of the metformin vendors, and we could understand the risk of nitrosamine impurities. And there are endless such examples where we all appreciate that the selection of the vendor and the entire supply chain is very important for us to ensure that our formulations that are consumed by patients are both safe and efficacious. And therefore, today we have a full day workshop on vendor validation and audits. IDMA is a partner of CDSCO, and we have conducted several such programs across India. We had a program on process capabilities. We had a program on the pharmaceutical quality systems. We had a full day program on quality culture. Today we are having a program on vendor evaluation, where there is a validation and audits. Subsequently, we have further technical sessions across India. We are also conducting, as IDMA, technical sessions across India during this entire year, because the entire purpose of revision of Schedule M was not to close down people. The purpose was that if India has to grow, we have to meet a benchmark that is globally acceptable. Just to give you some numbers, we have close to 5,000, between 5,500 and 6,000 primary manufacturing sites in India, out of which almost 2,100 sites are WHO GMP certified, which means that most of these 2,100 sites are already compliant to the new Schedule M requirement, are at par with the WHO requirements. But we also have almost 3,000 to 4,000 manufacturing sites which are not yet there. And therefore, this effort has been made so that we all can reach this benchmark of minimum licensing standard of GMP, which is compliant to WHO. And believe me friends, it is an effort to increase the capability of the industry, because post COVID, most of the countries, you must be knowing, are trying to bring some form of supply chain, especially in medicines and healthcare, within their country. So there are countries who are requesting companies to set up at least packaging units in their geographies. There are companies who have some formulation units. They are asking the API units to come and set up in their respective territories. So going forward, there will be a lot of players that would be operating in different geographies, and India will have to learn to compete with them. And in pharma, there is no better way to compete than quality and compliance on one side and cost effectiveness on the other side. If we are able to match the quality and cost effectiveness, I think we will continue to grow the way we are going. And we have all set a target that in the coming 25 years during the Amrit Kal, this industry, which currently is at about $55 billion annually, has the potential to grow to almost $500 billion by 2047. So you can understand that we have a potential to multiply 10 times in the next 25 years. And in doing so, we will have to ensure that we continue to continuously upgrade on quality, continuously work on innovation, and also keep ourselves competitive. And this is the way forward. So I think this is a very apt topic that we have selected. Some of the questions that you might have, because when I interact with many companies, most of the SMEs confuse audit with a physical audit. So when there is a requirement of audit, it's not always a physical audit. So we'll explain how the vendor can be evaluated, validated, assessed, how risk could be identified, and what are the kind of vendors you can accept on a desktop clearance, what are the vendors you will have to probably conduct a physical audit. So there are solutions. We have experts who have in-depth knowledge. I would encourage you to keep notes, and at the end when we have a Q&A session, kindly come up with pertinent questions so that they can be addressed. Post this workshop, if there are any further questions, you can always reach out to IDMA, and we will be very happy to take those questions to the respective experts and come back to you. So while in the opening, Sumit Bhai said that this is a big challenge for all of us, I want to just close with one quote from Rumi, when he says that when you look around and you see darkness, probably look within, that is where the light is. So probably we have to look within. If you find things are dark, look within, try to find light, and I'm sure you will find light, and we'll all grow in progress. My best wishes to one and all, or a very fruitful interaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Viranchi Bhai. Your perspectives are always unique and invaluable. Talking about the Israeli pager, the Hezbollah pager issue and the linking it to supply chain, I think it's a very unique perspective, and we value your insights. Friends, we have with us Dr. Naresh Sharma, DDCI, CDSCO, New Delhi. I'll request him to address us.
Respected Dr. H.G. Koshia ji, Commissioner FDCA Gujarat and the Chief Guest of the day, my colleague Dr. Ravi Kant Sharma, Deputy Drugs Controller CDSCO Ahmedabad Zone, Dr. Viranchi Shah, National President IDMA and Director Saga Life Sciences, Dr. Shrinik Shah, Chairman IDMA and GSB, Dr. Sumit Agrawal, Honorable Secretary IDMA, staff members from CDSCO, FDCA Gujarat, IDMA, eminent personalities, most valued invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to one and all. It's very good to start the day with the national anthem followed by the IDMA anthem. So this unique thought itself is a big and applaudable one. I was expecting there will be overwhelming response from all the professionals, pharma professionals. After listening that, IDMA has launched this professional anthem. But there's something like the energy level which I'm finding is very, very low. Don't you feel that so much excited energy, full of energy? If you have that, just big round of applause for the IDMA anthem. It's my privilege to express sincere gratitude to IDMA for their tireless efforts for organizing the collective workshop with the CDSCO, and today we are gathered here for the 15th workshop at Ahmedabad. Earlier, we had witnessed many big success stories, which is the collaborative approaches of the CDSCO and the IDMA for this financial year, starting from the Bangalore, followed by Baddi, Daman, and today over here. And I'm finding that a lot of extra chairs will be placed at the corner of the hall so that most of the professionals can be comfortable to sit and enjoy the technical sessions. Ahmedabad holds a special place in my heart as I found memories working with the Kerala Pharmaceutical way back in 2000, about 24 years back at the Dholka plant. I had opportunity to closely interact with the highly skilled and dedicated professionals of Gujarat, and I witnessed that the eagerness to learn, their commitment to excellence, and their focused approaches to achieve the goal was unmatched across the country. The pharmaceutical industries of the Gujarat have already set the high standard as far as the quality of pharmaceutical products are concerned. With the strong foundation, I am confident that implementation of the revised Schedule M will seamless, at least in this region. I like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare for sanctioning the capacity building program under the visionary leadership of Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi sir, Drugs Control General of India. I also acknowledge Dr. S. Eswara Reddy sir, Joint Drugs Controller India, for his dynamic contribution to initiative and making these programs towards the successful mode. Although Dr. Eswara Reddy sir has could not able to join due to unforeseen circumstances, he has conveyed his best wishes for the successful completion of this workshop. He is highly meticulous. You know that whatever the program is designed over here, he is highly meticulous. There are rounds and rounds of online discussions which has happened with the president and the associated members of the IDMA just to ensure that best topic to be selected and best resource person to be called for these workshops for the benefit of all the professionals. Under these capacity building programs, CDSCO diligently working under three key factors. The first front, which is there at the national training at NIHFW. This is National Institute of Health and Family Welfare, conducted at Munirka, Delhi. These programs focused on the training of the drug regulatory affairs for the CDSCO as well as for the state drug controller. And I'm proud to say that total 28 such programs have already been conducted over past 2 years, and 1091 drug control officers from CDSCO as well as the state have already been trained, which is contributing 30% of the total strength of the regulatory system of India. The second front is the regional training program, and back-to-back regional training programs are going on. That is mandate for only the state drug control officers. And last week we were there at the Jaipur, where 73 officers from the Jaipur State Drug Control has participated. Likewise, 7th such type of training program at the regional level have been conducted, and the figure which is showing that 528 drug control officers have been trained from the state regulatory authority. And the third front will be very, very interesting, and this is on the workshops on revised Schedule M, and under which 34,242 professionals from the pharmaceutical industry have been trained in the hybrid mode, which itself is a remarkable achievement, and credit goes for these such workshops to the IDMA for partnering the CDSCO for the enhanced and knowledge sharing event nationwide. So just imagine that how collaborative approaches is moving and taking the success step for more than 34,000 of pharmaceutical professions by hybrid mode. There are another big achievements in past 3 months, which the CDSCO had the set the significant milestone. One was the NRA assessment, National Regulatory Authority Assessment, which is conducted by the WHO, where 24 experts from the WHO has visited the office of CDSCO, and they had a detailed deliberation to check the quality management system for the regulatory industry. And Koshia Saab was also partnering for the online discussions, CDSCO to qualify the WHO NRA assessment just 2 months back with flying color. This is a big achievement for the country. The another major achievement which has happened for the successful hosting the prestigious ICDRA, which most of you might have witnessed, and this event brought together drug controllers and the professionals across the world, highlighting the significant role in shaping the global regulatory discussions, and has happened first time in India, where more than 1,000 of the professionals across the world visited India, and most of the drug controller were in India, across the globe. These achievements reflect the team's unwavering dedication and visionary leadership in advancing the regulatory standard and fostering the international collaborations. So looking ahead, the proposal and consideration for the introduction of the fourth front, which is now under consideration at the DCGI sir level as well as the ministry, and we are expecting that the approval for the same will also be accorded very soon, and we are optimistic after getting the approval we will be having the similar program for the medical device rule as well in the country. In conclusion, I once again express my gratitude to all the stakeholders for their unwavering support and commitment and their initiatives. Together, we can strengthen the regulatory framework and driving the excellence in the pharmaceutical and the healthcare sector. And it is you who have to come forward, uplift your knowledge, collaborate with the government, and make the successful move for the revised Schedule M implementation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. One vehicle 8875, car number 8875 is obstructing the way. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sharma. As he mentioned, we missed the opportunity to listen to Dr. Eswara Reddy, but I'm sure in the near future we'll be able to invite him for some other program and have a chance to listen to him. Our next guest of honor, Dr. Ravi Kant Sharma DDC CDSCO Ahmedabad Zone. I'll request him to please share his thoughts with us.
Respected guests on the dais, Koshia ji, Vranchi Shah ji, my friend Naresh ji, Shranik bhai, Sumit ji, speakers for today's workshop, my friends from CDSCO office, my colleagues from FDCA Gujarat, representatives from various industries, ladies and gentlemen, very, very good morning to all of you. जोश थोड़ा कम है, केम छो? Good. At the outset, I like to thank IDMA first for identifying Ahmedabad to organize this workshop on revised Schedule M. I recollect, I think this is the fourth workshop in Gujarat. The first one was in Naipur, the second was in Gujarat Chamber of Commerce, the third was in Vapi, organized by Arvind Jalaji, very, very dynamically, and this is the fourth one, which we are organizing today. So thank you, Vranchi Shahji and your team. Give a big round of applause to them. Friends, today we are talking about the revised Schedule M, but I like to give a history about that. You know that the Schedule M prescribing the GMP requirements was included in Drugs and Cosmetic Act in way back in 1988. Then after subsequent amendments in 2001 and 2005, in order to have the alignment with the global standards, the final draft was published in 2008. And The final publication, the government has contemplated and published the GSR 922E dated 28/12 of 2023, which is now essential to adopt and implement. So how many years have been passed from 2008 to 2024? The 15 years have been passed. I don't know what is the reason, but now this is the time to implement that. And in order to have the uniform implementation, the Government of India, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, CDSCO in consultation with the IDMA, across the country we are organizing the workshop. Now what is the objective of this workshop? What is the carry home message? The first and foremost important thing is that we have to make you aware what are the new provisions included in the revised Schedule M. These were not in the earlier one. The second is the proper implementation, the clear interpretation. And third is to make you ready for implementation. Now, if I ask you, can you permit me to ask one question? So how many, all of you have gone through the revised Schedule M? Raise your hands. Okay. And give me one liberty. How many parts are prescribed in the revised Schedule M? Wrong. Wrong. 13. 13 parts. So it means there is a poor preparation. So I will give you another point. If we are talking about that, what the new things should be added in the revised Schedule M, what are those things? Can you give me one or two examples? The first and foremost important is the recall of the product. Recall of the product, whenever there is a NSQ declared, it was not earlier a rule that you are supposed to inform to the licensing authority. Now this is the duty of the manufacturer to recall the products and give the data, how much is in the quarantine, how much they are going to destroy, and what is the next process. So they have to intimate to the licensing authority. The second is minor, major, and critical changes are defined in the law. The third one is the self-inspection in a year. That is the management responsibility. Know what is going on, who is doing, who is at culprit. And next is the procedure for working standards. Friends, there is a unmet need now to implement the revised Schedule M. Why do we need? You can manufacture the product without even GMP also. But you cannot get the consistency. Why do we need revised Schedule M? To have the global standards, align with the global standards, convergence with the global standards. As Branchi Shahji has mentioned, that today we have the market size of our pharmaceutical industry is approximately $55 billion, and we are anticipating it to grow up to $150 billion less than decade of time. We are the pharmacy of the world. We are marketing the generic medicines at the affordable rate to more than 200 countries. But sometimes have ever we thought how it happened? Because of the commitment of our industry. The maintaining of the quality. That's why we are in a position to flag on the world. In the medtech sector also, the market size is $12 billion, and we are expecting it to reach up to $25 billion in or the less than 5 years time. And if you see this total figure, if I count you about, I want to inform you about the Gujarat state. Gujarat state is having 3,000 manufacturing units, pharmaceutical manufacturing units rather. 1,000 units may be of cosmetics or Ayurveda. And out of 3,000, 1,000 manufacturing units are the GMP compliance, WHO GMP compliance. More than 100 units are the US FDA compliance. So friends, we have the competency and capability to do all the things. Even in medtech sector, the entrepreneurs who are doing the business of diamonds, they are manufacturing the heart valves. Give a big round of applause to those industries. Sajanand Medical Technology, they have developed TAVI, that's the heart valve. And it is going to be manufactured very shortly. If we are importing the product, the cost is 20 lakhs. And if we manufacture indigenously, the cost will be 5 lakhs. Second point, why do we need revised Schedule M? There is an opportunity for the regulatory authorities to become a member of the PICS. What is PICS? That is the Pharmaceutical Inspection Programs. And this is the regulatory authority, association. And when we will be the member of the PICS, then on third day, every month, inspectors are coming from Kenya, from Ghana, and they are auditing the manufacturing sites. But when there will be a convergence of the law, when will be a member of the PICS, these routine inspections will be avoided. The hurdles will be avoided. There are total 49 members of the PICS right now, and we are not the member, the National Regulatory Authority, though we have qualified NRA assessment. Even Thailand is also a member of the PICS. The third point, why do we need revised Schedule M? This is the substantial improvement in the concept of quality. You know that good manufacturing process is a dynamic process. It can be amended from time to time on the basis of the requirements of the other national regulatory authorities. Quality is not an act, it is a habit. And it depends on 3 factors. The first one is the quality of the raw material. And today, exactly what we are discussing today, the validation of the vendors. As Vranchi Bhai has mentioned that there was a cough syrup drive for testing of this one. People were using propylene glycol analytical grade, industrial grade in the cough syrup, and there was the impurity was very high. That's why that was the reason the cough syrup units were audited and inspected. Second point, the proper validation and calibration of the equipments to improve the quality is very important. Whatever the equipment and machines are old, it has to be obsoleted. And third is most important, the training to the personnel, to manufacture, to repack, to distribute of the products. These are the factors which improve the quality. Part 1 of the Schedule M talks about pharmaceutical quality system. Extremely important. And that system clearly mentioned that manufacturer must ensure. There is no word should and may. The word is must mention, must ensure. Whatever you have produced the product, it should meet the requirements for the intended use. It should comply with the licensing requirements and do not put the patient on the risk due to the inadequate safety efficacy of the drug. And the high management system, the high level management system should develop a pharmaceutical quality plant in the manufacturing unit. That is most important. And quality risk management is also mentioned in the part 1. That is a systematic process for the assessment, control, communication, and review of risk to the quality of medicinal product. Friends, when the entrepreneur comes, he puts everything in his business, like manpower, money, machine, methods. He comes to the licensing authority, give me the license for the commercial scale, right? Then there is a GMP requirement. So my question is, whether if a person is experienced for more than 15 years, can he make the batches of the drug? Yes. Based on the experience, he can manufacture the lots. But what will be the consistency? What will be the continual improvement? On the lighter note, I like to give an example. There was one picture that is Runway 34. Have you watched that movie? So in that movie, what was illustrated that the pilot was supposed to land the aircraft in one city, but due to non-compliance of GMP or SOPs, the air traffic control couldn't consider it, and it was diverted to the another city. By the time when the aircraft reaches there was a huge rain. The visibility was low, and the fuel was about to finish. Now you tell me, what was the option for the pilot? What to do? In the air, or either land on the basis of his experience? So pilot took the decision, okay, on the risk and benefit ratio, I will take the risk and I will land the aircraft. Based on the experience, because he served for this track for the last 15 years, he landed the aircraft. What I want to say, that experience teaches you what you to do and the take decision to make right or wrong decisions. It builds you the trust, the confidence. बट एक बात बताइए, यदि मान लिया एयर ट्रैफिक कंट्रोल वहां गलती नहीं करता, जीएमपी का रिक्वायरमेंट्स गलती नहीं होता, तो 300 passengers would not at the risk. Likewise, in the medicines, if you are manufacturing the products, right, you may be having the experience, but you need to have the SOPs, GMPs in place so that there will be a continual improvement and there will be minimization of error and there will be no cross contamination. Friends, there are 3-4 things are very, very important to develop and to grow yourself. Compliance of the regulation. I will take little 2-3 minutes more. Compliance of regulation is very, very important because the revised schedule M is now in place, and from 1st of January it has to be implemented for all the manufacturers. We have the New Drug Clinical Trial Rules 2019, which is in place for the, it demonstrates how to conduct the preclinical studies, the clinical studies, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4. We have the medical device rules in place, and all the classes of medical devices are under regulation now. We have the more than 50 subject expert committees who are responsible to evaluate the safety, efficacy of the drugs. And the important part is that all applications are received on online mode. If you see, digitalization is there, and when there is a transparency, it develops the trust between manufacturers and the regulators. The regulation defines the accountability and responsibility and even time limit also. If you recollect 5 years before, यहाँ से manufacturer जाते थे ऑफिस में, ये लीजिए इतना बड़ा डोजियर है, उसका साइन लिया, लंबी लाइन था. Now it is a saving of time. Government is envisaged that everything should be on the online. Now you are sitting in your office, you are getting in 2 days the export permission. You are getting in 3 days the dual use permission. This is the beauty of the digitalization. Second is the post-marketing surveillance. When we produce the product, it is okay. But what about the circumstances when it is in the market? There should be a well-established system and the division to regulate, to control, to report the adverse reaction market. And it has to be analyzed by a team so that the corrective and preventive action. The third is the quality of the product. That is extremely important. I mentioned that implementation of revised Schedule M will help definitely for the continual improvement in the quality, and quality is emerged when GMP is followed with the standards. We can imagine if a patient is suffering from a infection, severe infection, say for example the tuberculosis, and the drug is not so potent, no efficacious, and it is used and consumed by the patient, then patient can develop the AMR, antimicrobial resistance, and even he can die. So we have to work for quality, we have to work for safety. I will make a full stop because time is running short with the one quote of the Churchill: the healthy citizens are the assets of a country have. We have to work for safety, we have to work for patient safety, we have to work for public. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Kant Sharma. Maybe some of us were not prepared for the pop quiz that you gave us, but I assure you that industry will rise up to the challenge and we'll be at the forefront of complying with the revised Schedule M. I'd now like to invite our chief guest for the day, Dr. H.G. Koshia, Commissioner Food and Drug Control Administration, Gujarat State, to share his thoughts with us.
Good morning, friends. Deities on the dais, of the dais. Today's learned speaker, Dr. Rajivji, Dr. Rao, Dr. Pal, the IDMA President, Viranchi Bhai, State President, Sadik Bhai, Sumit Bhai. I was sitting between the two Deputy DCI, Naresh Sharma ji and Ravi Kant ji, my colleagues from FDCA and CDSCO, and the friends from the industry. Friends, any rules or regulations are made for the Bahujan Hitai, Bahujan Sukhai. This is the core principle for setting any rules and regulation in the society, and we are the part of that society. Any rules and regulation for the well-being of the people, for welfare of the society and the welfare of the entire nation. If we go back to 1961, when Gujarat was the part of the Greater Bombay State, I've gone through the annual report of FDCA Gujarat of 1962. It was written by late Dr. B. Patel, the then Director of FDA. That report mentioned that in 1962, in Gujarat, there were 108 pharmaceutical companies, 6,000 plus, including allopathic, cosmetics, homeopathics, loan licenses, and so on. In those times, the turnover of Gujarat-based pharma industry was 14 crore, 14 crore. And last year, Gujarat, we achieved 1,75,000 crore plus turnover and the contribution. In 1962, we used to test drug sample almost 1,800 in our lab. This year, we crossed 16,000 samples from the market we have tested. Those times, the failure ratio was almost 25.5%. And last year, it's come down to 2.5%. So this is the significant and the achievement of the Gujarat and Gujarat-based pharmaceutical company. If I count the number of the pharmacy, in 1961, there were only 1,875 retail house pharmacy, less than 2,000. Right now, we have 54,000 plus retail wholesale pharmacy operationals in the state of Gujarat. So this is the spirit of distribution. Friend, I still remember those days when I was working as a joint commissioner. It was the year of in between 2001 and 5, when current Schedule M is in practice, the revised Schedule M. And there was a lot of hue and cry from the industry, from IDMA. Every day there is a delegation with the commissioner. In those times, Dr. Adeshra was heading the FDA. I was working as a joint commissioner. And सब बोल रहे सर ये रिवर्स में आया है, इट इज़ टू फेवर द मल्टीनेशनल कंपनी, हम सब छोटे लोग मर जाएंगे, 20-25 लाख का इन्वेस्टमेंट आएगा, ये चू कहाँ से लाएंगे, वाटर सिस्टम कहाँ से लाएंगे, ये कहाँ से लाएंगे. एंड दैट वाज द fear in those days in the mind of the industry. But again, industry and Dr. Adeshra and FDA took a lead. And with the UNIDO, we formed a cluster and we made a WHO compliant unit as a lead of that cluster. Surrounding 10-25 industries are member of that cluster. We have given the access to to other. And it was a co-creation, a co-learning. And I think in those times, it was named as a tough time for the industry, pharmaceutical industry, but we achieved that compliance of the revised RAM in the highest number in the very short time. Fortunately, this time, I'm not listening any hue and cry from the industry, from the small scale or IDMA, sir, hum mar jayenge, hum kho jayenge. I'm more happy that it's a big commitment of the industry and the people to whatever the government of India, whatever nation is doing for the betterment of the industry. And because of some validation is very, very important part, because you might be knowing about the stage of the heparin, sartan, PG, EG. So it's again this PG recent treasury, it was happened way back in 1930 in US. There were 400 plus people died because of the illegal treasury, and it was the contaminated sorbitol glycerin they have used for the illegal preparation. But again, I think this reverse lamb, we have vendor validation and we have proper checking so that not an industrial grade or chemical grade excipient or chemical enter in the pharma supply chain, and we can safeguard our product and the public health at large. Our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, has given a very key word on the 75th day celebration of the independence, and that word is Amrit Kal. So in Amrit Kal, by 2047, we want to be a prosperous nation. Our Prime Minister aimed that every citizen should have prosperity, and to get it, I think industry has to play a critical role. And I think pharma is also one of the sunshine industry, and by volume, value terms, we are 56 billion US dollar right now. More than 50% we are exporting to 200 plus countries, but still we are dependent on most of the innovatives and the MAB and the biologicals. I think these are the area where we can focus and we can enhance our innovation, R&D, and we can be and we can transform from pharmacy of the world to powerhouse of the pharmacy of the nation, of the world. So I think I would like to thank CDSCO, especially the DCI, the representative Dr. Naresh Sharma, who has traveled all the way from the Delhi to impart the training, the national IDMA team, the local IDMA team, and all the participants for your valuable time and having a learning aptitude, because we are dealing with the science-based product, it's technology-driven product, and it's every day there is a lot of change. So we have to accept it, we have to adopt it, and we have to again shine it. So with this, I conclude my talk, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Koshia. You talked about the figures of Gujarat pharma industry. I think a lot of credit does also go to FDCA for their support and encouragement to the pharma industry. And there is no UN cry about revised Schedule M this time, but we will definitely seek your support and CDSCO support in implementation of this revised Schedule M as far as Gujarat pharma industry is concerned. So I think with this, we are at the end of our inaugural session, and we'd like to begin our first technical session. I'll request the dignitaries to please join the audience. I think I'll request you to please be seated. Just 5 minutes. We'll. We'd like to present a memento to our dignitaries as a token of our appreciation. I'll request Dr. Viranchi Bhai to present a memento to our chief guest, Dr. Koshia. I'll request Shenik Bhai to present a memento to Dr. Naresh Sharma. We'll present a memento to Dr. Ravi Kant Sharma ji. I'll now request the dignitaries to join the audience so that we can begin our technical session. Viranchi Bhai, we consider part of us, you know. In fact, for the benefit of most of you who may not be aware, Viranchi Bhai, after a glorious term of 3 years as IDMA president, will be stepping down in early part of 2025, and this is probably the last big event that we are having under his leadership in Ahmedabad State. So please give him a big hand. I'll now request Dr. Naresh Sharma, DDCI India, CDSCO, New Delhi. Before I call on him to take the first session, I'll give a brief introduction about him. Dr. Naresh Sharma Dr. Naresh Sharma is a doctorate in pharmacy and has an experience of more than 29 years in pharma research, manufacturing and regulations. He started his career in the pharma industry in manufacturing and later moved to R&D. He has almost 11 years of industry experience, and so he understands the pain points of industry. Since 2006, he has joined CDSCO and has participated in many national and international seminars, workshops and meetings on various areas of drug regulations and undergone training from US FDA, Interpol and WHO. Dr. Sharma is a former president of Indian Pharmaceutical Association Delhi branch. He was invited to make presentations at various seminars and workshops at national and international platform. He has 32 recognition awards in various forums and has also published 20 research articles in various journals. So he is a very experienced person, and we'll be listening to him on vendor validation as per revised schedule M.
Thank you so much for the introduction. We had a great talk during the inaugural session, and very happy that most of the parts of the Schedule M has already been covered by Virachi Saab. Then my colleague Dr. Ravi Kant and Koshia Saab has also elaborated on the many important parts. But if you are going to see the pharmaceutical industry and the pharmaceutical product, I consider it as a deep research and deep science. You know that each and every step is very important, and the point which will be reflected in my presentation on the vendor qualification and audit is, I consider, the most important part. My presentation will be covering the introduction, impact on the vendor product quality, revised Schedule M, vendor qualification, vendor audit, and way forward. If you are going to talk about as a raw material vendor versus the impact on the quality, I am pretty sure by the end of my presentation, the outlook of all the participants will have different dimension. You will be thinking out of box with the imaginary eyes that this can also be one of the probability in order to ensure the product quality of the pharmaceutical products. We had many high figures, good industry figures, maximum export from Gujarat side, but yes, we have to understand the basic concepts in order to build the quality standards at a very high scale of the global standard. All of you might have seen this particular news which is going on, that stricter GMP norms for the revised Schedule M will be effective from the new year onwards, and our DCJ Saab is putting the efforts in order to implement it. It is for the betterment of the industry. You all know that we had adopted the Schedule M, and Schedule M has already mentioned that adoption of WHO TRS. Means all TRS will be a part of now our Schedule M as a part of the regulation. Whatever the changes will be happening over the period of time in the WHO TRS will be adopted as it is by the Indian manufacturing companies. We are going to put the set standards. You know that after NRS, after adoption of the new revised policies and Schedule M, 100% companies will be complying to the standard as per the international norms. The background has already elaborated by Dr. Ravi, but just to briefly, precisely mention about that drug plays important role as far as the public health is concerned, and drug regulation for the safety, efficacy and quality of the product is the main mandate. Import, manufacture, sale, distribution of drug, cosmetic, medical device are regulated, and pharmaceutical industries of the public health at not only at the India but at the global health is on a high scale demand. All countries are looking for the medicines manufactured by India, and we used to heard over previous many years that every third child of the world is getting the vaccines manufactured by India itself is a proud moment for Indian pharmaceutical industry, and fifth person in the world is taking the medicine manufactured by India is really a proud moment. Compliances of Schedule M is mandatory, and as soon as we will be implementing, we will be gaining much mileage over the period of time, and GMP is common for animal and the product. Touching to the vendor, and specifically for the vendor audit and qualification and API and excipients, I would like to mention about the quality basic aspects. We all know that quality is the relentless commitment for the continuous improvement of the product, process and system. These three words revolve around that product, process and system forward in order to meet the global requirement for producing the consistent quality of the product. The consistent quality of the product have many listed parameters, including the raw material, excipient and packing material. The concern and challenges are there. We got a chance to visit Japan, and the concept what we observed over there, that the manufacturers are having dedicated facility, dedicated manufacturing line. No contamination, no cross contamination. But in India, we are having more than say 300 product to be manufactured in a single unit. Then a lot of changes are there, say time is consumed for changeover, and you see that the company at the Japan, if they are having a dedicated line, dedicated manufacturing unit, they are running 24 hours and productivity is on a high scale. They are taking the onus of only 4 or 5 product. Yes, I am the master of this product. So from this platform, I would like to share this thought for all whosoever wish to adopt this in order to have the maximum production, be the master of your product. Starting from the pre-formulation, product development, various steps of the product development, including the say literature search, then selection of the excipient, selection of the right quality of the API, goes to the optimization, technology transfer and troubleshooting. All those steps can be there. Once you are having all the documents in place, you feel yourself empowered with the knowledge of that particular product. Is the main mandate of the revised Schedule M, and the batches which are not produced regularly, we had seen, observed during in the WHO audit or during the audits of various reports which has been submitted, that one product was taken as a permission, but its turn is coming over many years. Is there is a requirement to maintain say 300 SKUs, or be the master of limited product with maximum production and having the dedicated or say minimum say changeover processes in place. Formulation development will be a part of the our revised, which will also be having the APIs and excipient and packing material with the documentary evidence that yes, the quality which is produced is of a best standards. The excipient compatibility study, that is also the added chapter, where one has to prove that 1:1 ratio of the API or 1:10 ratio of the API with the excipient is compatible, and it is very much say in usage for developing a product which is of a better quality. So no addition excipient was there, and whatever the concentration the company has used had to be proved. If you had taken say 1% of XYZ excipient, then what is happening at 0.5%? What is happening at 1.5 and 2%, whether there is added advantage of adding the extra quantity of that particular excipient, say for example the dissolution enhancer, or the 1% is a optimized concentration. So this is very simple. We are manufacturing the product over many decades. We are the master of product what we are manufacturing. It is only the justification with plus or minus ranges of the excipients in order to prove and make it the document which is the product development document or a master document. Stability studies, bioavailability and bioequivalence studies, quality culture at all level. We had quality culture workshop at Daman, and the link is live. You can go through the IDMA site, and various technical presentations who have brought for the quality culture can be seen through the YouTube link, and continuous training and data integrity the another part. Revised Schedule M 11.3 is specifically saying that participation in external audit, which is vendor audit, and the raw material other than the APIs released by the QC department other than APIs. So all the products, all the excipients which will be there as a part of the formulation has to have a batch testing report. If the batch testing is there without testing, then the vendor confidence label need to be established under approval and the static data analysis for the earlier test such as the material is released. This is a typical GMP flow where you will see on the left hand raw material, on the right hand the product, and there are multiple processes in between, and there are the variables. All these variables has to be controlled with the optimized set during the development and controlled as closely as possible during the production, and those as possible as far as possible must have the limit specified as a part of your validated process. This is also that any variability in the raw material will have the impact on the finished formulation. Are all you in agreement with this statement? Any changes in the raw material will have the impact on the finished product as the quality parameters are concerned. And this is a continuous monitoring what Dr. Ravi has elaborated in a detailed way, precisely is written in our revised Schedule M. Coming to the international guidelines, you talk about US FDA, take the WHO TRS, take the MHRA. The basic extract of all the guidelines are same, emphasizing about the vendor qualification and choosing the best quality of API as well as excipient. Why the excipient have been played important role, where recent examples has already been witnessed by all the learned professionals. I will not go into the details, but yes, talking about the US FDA SUPAC guideline, where the scale of post approval changes with percentage of excipients, with changes in the API, with changes changing the vendor, all those have been elaborated, and even change of your premises, change of machineries, location, everything need to have a generation of document starting from the process validation, stability study, annual product review in place. So all those set of document need to be generated. You need to identify the excipient. Why this excipient we are discussing more and more. WHO is absolutely clear, it is not differentiating between the active ingredient and the excipient. For them it is raw material. All raw materials are carrying the equal weightage. Talking about the formulation API, you know that if the synthesis process has changed, how it will impact the product quality? It will impact the product quality to a great extent. We will take few classical example, amorphous and crystalline form. Will it retard the dissolution? Will it impact the bioavailability? Answer is absolutely no. Absolutely yes. Coming to the fexofenadine, we had a very bitter experience with this molecule. The same manufacturer has changed the form, retard the dissolution from 80Q and coming to 40 suddenly, and the product, all product which were there in the pipeline were falling. Then we came to know that the synthesis process at the final step was slightly modified by the API manufacturer. Having the same vendor in place, but the synthesis process have been changed at the vendor side, impacted the product quality at the manufacturing location. Are we having some agreement in place? Yes, we must have some agreement in place where any critical changes at the API manufacturing side also need to be intimated to the formulation, and the formulation development scientist or the team of technocrat must examine parameter as a prototype of formulation and putting those at a limited stability study and ensuring that this particular change will not impact on my product quality. Sertraline hydrochloride, why I had taken this particular example, because we are now seeing that, okay, everyone is seeing the cost, at what cost I am taking the raw material. But are we thinking the technical specification, detail and depth of the bioavailability? Yes, we need to focus as a technocrat. Sertraline hydrochloride is available in 5 forms, out of which only 2 are optically active. So, mixing with the other 3 will reduce the price, but also reduce the product quality. As far as the specified parameter of the pharmacopoeia are concerned, they will pass everything like assay, dissolution and rest of the parameter. What about the deep science? Are we not concerned about the optical form? Yes. For that, we need to have a detailed literature search, then only we will be in a position to talk about. Leucovorin calcium. Leucovorin calcium is a raw material, okay, for the leucovorin injection. Supplier to supplier, the quality varies. there are certain tests which are not as a part of the pharmacopoeia. I'll take this example, it's very old, 2004, 20 years old example. Change of vendor has the endotoxin limit. At the time, Indian Pharmacopoeia was not having the endotoxin limit in the leucovorin calcium injection in the finished product, but US Pharmacopoeia was having the endotoxin limit. The product was launched with the different manufacturer, and we came to know that the product which was for the international market was not complying as far as the endotoxins are concerned. But IP was not having the endotoxin limit as a part of the release criteria in the injection. So there was a call, the company was a big company, Fresenius Kabi, and they had taken a call that if the US people are taking the product which is manufactured as per their pharmacopoeia, my in-house specification is specifying about endotoxin, let us write the letter to Indian Pharmacopoeia, inbuilt this particular endotoxin into the monograph and let it be the product to be drained off. And literally those 3 batches which was produced at third party which was in task were drained. Okay. So this was the quality parameter which was there in the mind, and this quality parameter, this quality culture must be inbuilt in everybody's mind. I was at certain position, so I approached to my boss by giving the proposal, sir, 3 batches have been failed as per the USP, but IP is qualifying the parameter. Why can't we use these products in the domestic market? Haldankar Saab, who was the very, very renowned personality of the pharmaceutical, say, professional, he has taken a call for that what we had discussed, and it was the conclusive remark by Dr. Praveen Khullar, Haldankar Saab and Sham Khate Saab, we will not allow even this type of the product to Indian market as well. People are there across the world, we have to look from the same eye. You know that one of the product etoposide, change of excipient, how it's going to impact the product quality is the another live example and parameter where PEG 300 is used in order to solubilize the etoposide injection. Suddenly there were 10 batches who have touched the limit of total impurity of around 3%, though that is on the borderline, say 2.8, 2.9, and 2 to 3 batches were out of specification, that is total impurity suddenly shoot up to more than 3%. There was a high degree call that how it has happened, the formulation has not changed, processes has not been changed, how the impact has arrived on the final formulation which has shoot up the impurity. Then the raw material was checked, total impurity in the raw material for the etoposide was less than 0.2%. You know, as an investigating officer, at the time I was the scientist, so we had gone in detail that what parameter have been changed. So we see that PEG 300 raw material excipient vendor was changed, and that vendor was the specification was checked, it was complying to the parameter. So the range for the PEG was 4.5 to 7.5. Then there was again drilling of the case which has cited us that the vendor which was earlier supplying PEG 300 was of the range of around 5 pH, and the new vendor which has come into the picture was supplying the product around 6.8 pH. It is well within the pH, and the process which was there, addition of etoposide, mixing at a elevated, at a norm like around 50 degrees centigrade, and mixing for 45 minutes. So this was the process. It was adopted earlier, same process was continuously going on, but this has imparted sudden increase which are even including the toxins. It is not the raw material which is dangerous to the human being, which is killing. And there are so many examples which we will be discussing in due course of time if the time permits. So in this case, the identification was standardized few years back, citing a set of excipients and the raw material from the approved vendor, but there is a call that we have to revisit the entire process and redevelop the formulation. And I had observed that the pH of the final etoposide injection was ranging from 3 to 4. 3 to 4 with the addition like the setting of pH by citric acid. The citric acid adjustment as per the standard formula was done at the end. ये तो हमारा normal process ही रहता है that we have to set the pH at the end of the formulation. So the scientists have advised why not to reduce the pH in the initial stage and elevate the temperature and just see that how we can revisit the process and reduce the entire processes. So this is very good example that addition of part of the citric acid in the PEG and elevating the temperature even up to 80 degrees centigrade has given the product of 0.2% of the total impurity. So purpose of citing this particular example over here, if we had the legacy for continuous process for many decades, it doesn't mean that our process is standardized. It is standardized with the set processes parameter, but over the period of time, we need to revisit, we need to relook for the better processes. Just see that 45-minute dissolution of dissolving time of etoposide in the PEG has reduced to 2 to 3 minutes. Earlier, the chemist used to see that, okay, crystal bacha hai ya nahi bacha, 5-10 minute aur chala do. Earlier process. But here, the temperature by 10 degree elevation has formed the unanimous homogenized solution without any crystal. So that has given the good degree of confidence. By simple changing of the process and by having the excipient from the alternative vendor. Both the things are very, very important. Process and alternative vendor, not only for API, but also for the excipient. And there are some classical example for Agdisol. Variety of sodium CMC is available. You might have experienced that bursting pattern, dissolution profile varies from vendor to vendor, and this is very, very critical excipient. So there is a bifurcation for identifying the critical as well as non-critical excipient. And if the product is identified with certain category of critical excipient which will impact the product quality, must have entire set of document, like starting from the development stage to the process validation, stability study, and that set of document must have annual product review as well. In certain cases, the impurities from the excipients are more than the active moiety. Take the examples of the lyophilized products where we are using plenty of say mannitol, lactose, and the cake which is formed having the maximum concentration of these excipients. If the input is controlled, we will get the final good product. If the input is not controlled, we will not get the good product. This chemophore and alcohol in the paclitaxel plays very, very important role. I will not go for elaborative details, precisely mentioning about that. If even the percentage of ions, I am talking about percentage of ions, which is alumina, magnesia, silica is there in the chemophore, which is contributing 50% of the total weight of the total volume of the paclitaxel injection, it will impact the quality of the product by having the increase of impurities, including 7-epipaclitaxel, which is dangerous to health, which is much, much dangerous to health. Just see, chemophore from BASF is having very high value. But if you are taking the chemophore from XYZ, are we going for that particular spectrography, for particular identification by AAS, atomic absorption spectroscopy, for alumina, magnesia, silica? Answer is no. How many of the technocrats are thinking up to that level is a part to be built in order to ensure the product quality. Similarly, the alcohol. Alcohol is also contributing 50% of the total volume. Good quality, best quality, everyone will claim. But what parameter we have to see? Even control of ions in all the excipients is a call for today. So we have to think up to this deep level in order to ensure the product quality. The other one, classical example for this only, there is a PRAP chromatography by which chemophore, the people like the API manufacturers or the excipient suppliers used to claim that PRAP chromatography, they are passing the entire solution
and the adsorption of those ions are there, and they are having the much more purified version of such excipients. But another way, if we are going to see that, okay, my particular area is what which is increasing the product impurities, has to be identified. Here the product was 2 to 8 degrees centigrade, we all know. By addition of one excipient at 0.01 concentration has improved the stability of paclitaxel even up to the autoclavable like 121 degrees centigrade, though this product is not autoclavable because of the alcohol content, but yes, as a trial batch the product was put, the 2 to 8 degrees centigrade product by addition of 0.01 normal solution has improved the stability for 121 degrees centigrade in autoclave. Just see the signs. The process was running for 20 years for a very good multinational company with the application of mine, with the addition of very small concentration of excipient, the impurity, the stability has increased and improved up to that extent. This is again the process and important role of excipient and control parameters. Complexation, जैसे हम कोई टेस्ट मास्किंग करते हैं, for example clarithromycin, it varies. Sometimes the bitter taste is coming because 100% complexation, chelation has not happened. If the clarithromycin, such a bitter drug, is available in ppb level also, the bitterness is felt. So from where this is coming? Because more and more complexing agent we are using. Okay, for different example, for the gels, like helical structure has not formed for certain vendors, but yes, certain products are giving a very good helical structure, very good transparent gel, even at very less concentration. From where it is coming? This is excipient control only. If I am considering my product must be at the best level, I need to go in detail in order to check each and every parameter which will build the quality parameter for my finished product. We all know this is the chart. So 1:1 and 1:10 ratio to be there, and qualification criteria for the rapid screening by differential excipient. If there is interaction, then confirmed by the DSC result, and if there is no interaction, then API, then the recommendation for the excipient can further process, and no interaction can further be there for as a part of the non-qualifying parameter confirmation and API excipient mixture stored at the higher temperature and humidity in order to access the quick results. If the browning, coloring or the peaks are coming in the DSC, that means that there is probability of interaction of XYZ excipient with my active pharmaceutical ingredient, and in case of any interaction, then the detailed investigation with respect to the incompatibility and the index need to be established. It is not my wording, this is the international guideline wording, WHO wording, and if we said that we had adopted WHO TRS as a part of qualifying criteria, then this tree will be very, very helpful for all of you, and even the accelerated temperature 40 degrees centigrade and 75% RH will give you the instant and good results for getting the feel of interaction. If any change happens in the process or the excipient, these are the documents. You need to review the impact, whether the product development report to be revisited, citing the example just now we had discussed, master batch formula, BPR, process validation protocol, process validation report, annual product review, SUPEC, this is scale approval, scale up, post approval changes, stability data to be generated in detail or bracketing, and the good distribution practice also must be a part of the entire chain to ensure the quality parameter. Just imagine a truck carrying the medicine is parked at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. The driver is taking the lunch at dhaba. The product is transported from XY place, and the outside temperature during the say summer is falling 40 degrees centigrade. Inside the shield temperature will be 80 degrees centigrade. We had monitored the transit by putting the data logger in place and having the evidences that the transport is the neglected one, also must be having the provisions in place in order to ensure the entire transit is with the safe hands, and the data logger will give you the entire transit details for inside temperature near the product. This is again the very important slide, having the development history and integrated validation master plan process, product and system is again and again I am saying is very, very important, and the process flow chart and documents with the critical identification of the critical step, technology transfer for 3 validated batches must be a part which is to be having the ranges and the product to be fall within the range. Qualification criteria when execute and monitor is a continuous process, then quality for the evaluation system, and this is the entire documentation must be there in place in order to ensure the quality of the end product. We have to think now out of box. So far whatever we had discussed by citing few examples, what about the OVI? Organic volatile impurities. Organic volatile impurities within the range, in the lower range and the higher limits, whether it will impact my product or not, is the feed, is a thought for tomorrow for all the professionals. We had witnessed OVI acting as a catalyst and increasing or speeding up the impurities, doxyribonucleazinone. Okay? So, doxyribonucleazinone is having the cardiac arrest. The person who is suffering from cancer had been given with the high level of doxyribonucleazinone, the cardiac arrest will happen. So, one part is that he is already sick. There are many examples which are immunocompromised patient which can't tolerate the impurities within the limit but at the higher side. So, these are the feed for tomorrow to check this organic volatile impurity despite of that. Packaging material, tubular and molded. We got a chance to have a detailed research in this particular area. The product are, some of the products are very much stable in the tubular but not in the molded. Because of what? Because of leachables from the glass vials. Cytarabine, formation of crystal, from where it has come? Leachables from the stopper. All those case studies are time consuming. I am giving you the net conclusion to investigate, to go on the web to check that are these type of the effect will impact my product quality. You will find absolutely answer is yes, answer is yes. Any leachable from stopper glass vial will badly impact the product quality where the product is very sensitive. Okay? And these type of the leachables like what we had discussed, ions from the glass or the stopper, they form crystals, chelates, or they reduce the solubility of the active moiety and they form some crystals. I am not finding that those crystals are dangerous to the health of the patient. Answer is yes. And these development happen over the period of time after 6 months, 9 months. Similar examples for the gases. This is another out of box thinking. What about the gases? Are you considering the gases as a excipient? I would like to know the opinion of the whole house. Are gases to be considered as an excipient? Yes or no? Yes, very much. Because anything which is coming in contact with the product is considered as an excipient. And moreover, are we checking these gases, making my product stable by having pre and post purging of the gases in the product, having the blanket during the manufacturing as are qualifying to the standard of the Pharmacopoeia? Many of the companies when we had visited were not aware about that there is the monograph for all those gases also in the Indian Pharmacopoeia and must to have compliance for all those parameters before putting as a part of their product. Okay? Those cylinders are coming from XYZ. Are we auditing those vendors? Ask yourself. If not, then build the system. And even carbon dioxide is also used, and you will find a lot of patents for stabilizing the formulations. critical excipient we just now discussed about any like the ecdisol, chemophore as well as the alcohol, and there are many more critical excipient. The firm need to identify the critical excipient which are impacting the product quality. This is another one, the testing part with respect to say degradation, impurity profiling and relative substances. Again a big science, deep science. Here over the period of time degradation products are developing in the formulation. Are we doing the stress testing as per WHO TRS guidelines? 30% of the product forcefully degraded at elevated temperature and identifying the degradation product. Are the impurities which have been given to me as a part of a master document by the API manufacturer is not affecting my product quality? All those are the big questions and need to be identified at your level in consultation with the API supplier. There are various type of this stopper. I will go quickly like elastomeric pressure stoppers, which are butylated stopper known for their low extractable and good sealing property. Bromobutyl stoppers, a modified version of butylated stopper which enhance the performance in certain formulation. These change of stoppers sometime enhance the stability of the product. Are we aware that there are the core bromobutyl, chlorobutyl and variety of the stopper? They are coated with the silicon coating and fluoro coated. Yes, chlorobutyl stoppers. Often the vaccines and sensitive products are used to resist from the chemicals, and coating for the silica or silicon or fluoropolymers is also available. So even if West company has gone in detail, deep science, their stoppers and putting that okay, these extractable leachable will impact the product quality, you can go on the website of West, check their technical dossiers and corroborate with their formulations. If you are finding any problem with respect to leachables, shift to some other Indian manufacturers or good manufacturer for these stoppers. This is a tree chart. I will quickly go through that. For the vendor qualification, the audit will be applicable for the API, excipient and packaging material, where the activities and the responsibilities has been elaborated in this particular slide, where identification of the vendor for the API, excipient, packaging is done by the research and development and the commercial, and agreement with the pre-shipment samples as applicable is a commercial area. Finalization of the vendor based on the review of analysis, trials, pre-shipment samples as applicable, research and development and site quality heads. Review of approval of the vendor document like vendor questionnaire. You can send the vendor questionnaire, examine at your desk, and in case of say TSC and BSc also to be checked by the R&D and the site head. The other one is the corporate function and the site function, including the review of the approval of the vendor qualification documents for the vendor questionnaire, solvents, etc., and the impurities like nitrosamine and elemental impurities, stability data and quality agreements. Agreement also is an important part which need to be built as per the provision of our Schedule M. Audit of the vendor manufacturing facilities in line with the applicable guidelines like ICH, IPEC, etc., in accordance with the law of land, and periodic requalification of the vendor through the documents review and the audit. So if preferably you are going to have the site visit, that's the preferred one. If the people are not having the site visit for the active moiety or the excipient suppliers, then at least ask for the questionnaire, examine and have the desktop examine and then qualify the vendor. So vendor audit are concluded in any of the below region but not limited to. This is the qualification of vendor, pre-qualification periodic audit for cause of the audit, that is investigational and cap verification audit and any audit as per the request. Vendor audit can be executed by the following modes, names as on-site audit, remote audit, paper or desktop audit. There is a elaborated this one list, you might be having it. If you are not having it, we can supply to IDMA or IDMA can forward the vendor audit checklist for the betterment of all the participants. And as an outcome of the audit, the vendor can be characterized as an approved or not approved or conditionally approved after having the compliances of certain parameter which has been cited as a part of the report or observation of the person who has reviewed the submitted document can be communicated to the vendor for further compliances. And other activities associated with the vendor qualification process include, but not limited to, the vendor discontinuation and suspension. If you are finding that any of the vendor is not supplying the product as per the expected quality, can be suspended or discontinued at a point of time. Vendor annual risk assessment, just like product risk assessment we are doing, also the vendor risk assessment also built to be a part of your own system. Regulatory restrictions or the quality alert management system. So we will be now here to discuss about the future for the 21st century as far as the quality approaches are concerned, where raw material, product and process variable again is coming, quality by design. We had a US FDA interaction and the detailed discussion way back in 2008. Now in 2014-15, the US FDA has adopted this quality by design. Indians are also following the same unique product development tools to produce the better quality of their product. PAT we are discussing. So all those parameters which is a part of your control provisions, having the risk management authorization, critical process parameters, critical quality technology, process quality technology, and where the raw material, process variables, by having the tool for designing of the product by the quality by design. So that will be combined effect feed forward for controlling of the critical process parameter and provide the greater control on the critical quality attributes. So if you are the key observer, then definitely we all together can make incredible India. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. I think your rich industry experience shown through your presentation and the practical examples quoted by you and the case studies are, some of them were eye-openers for industry, and the overall presentation gave us a lot of food for thought, and I hope it will help industry for this vendor validation process. I hope if you have questions, you're noting them down, because we have a long Q&A session after all the speakers have completed their sessions. For the benefit of those who have joined us online, please mail in your questions to idma-gsb@gmail.com, and we will try and put those questions for you to the speakers. We'll take a small tea coffee break at this time. Since we are running a little bit behind schedule, I'll request all of you to please keep it short and reassemble within 10 minutes. Thank you. Those at the back, can I request you to please take your seat? We are running slightly behind schedule. I need your cooperation. I hope all of you have come back refreshed, ready for our next session. Our next speaker is Dr. Rajiv Desai. Dr. Rajiv Desai. Can you put up the biodata? नहीं है? अरे वो नितिन के पास है, नितिन के पास है. Dr. Rajiv Desai has a PhD in pharmaceutical chemistry from UDCT, or as it is known, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai today. He further completed his MBA from NMIS, Mumbai. He has over 38 years work experience in India and Switzerland, working with companies like Dr. Reddy's, Mylan, Lupin, Ciba Geigy. He has worked in quality management, basic research, process development, analytical development, regulatory affairs, and many other programs. He has had extensive involvement in regulatory inspections by US FDA, MHRA, EDQM, PMDA, etc. He has been a member of the USP Expert Committee and is presently a member of the IP Expert Committee, as well as on the Board of Governors of NIPER. He has been invited for technical presentations at national and international conferences, seminars, and workshops. Since 2022, he has been working as a senior technical advisor, quality and regulatory with Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance IPA, and also independently working as a consultant for the pharma industry. Today he is with us to talk on best practices in vendor qualification.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and it's nice to come over here and good to have so many people coming and joining on this conference, including the live session on the YouTube. And I'm sure that with the earlier presentations and the endorsement of the quality standards that is required of the pharma industry is very well expressed by the seniors of the government and also the Gujarat State FDA. So today I'm going to talk about vendor qualification. Of course, what you'll find is you'll see a couple of repeated slides and a couple of repeated points that are made over here by me and my other colleagues who are going to speak over here. But we'll talk a little bit about our own experience, and I would encourage that you keep your questions, ask all your clarifications. We are there to answer you, and I'm sure that you'll have a lot of clarifications done at the end of this session. So the next slide, please. किसका भाई होगा ना उधर नहीं आ रहा Okay, so we'll talk about the best practices. I'm sure that we're talking about vendor qualifications part of the Schedule M, and good to hear that Schedule M, the revised Schedule M is trying to come as close to the international guidelines, And it's heartening to know that we'll be targeting to become part of the PICS. I'm sure that this is a very elite group of countries who are connected and who are being accepted as common and very stringent regulatory guidelines. There are about 56 countries who have gone and who are now as part of PICS, and unfortunately we are not there, but we sure should be part of PICS in the very short period of time. And these points which are now included in the revised Schedule M will definitely make us as part of that elite league. So I'll be talking about the revised Schedule M, and it's actually very close to the WHO guideline and the practices which are there, and it outlines the stringent requirement of the vendor qualification. Now there are certain steps to be followed. I'll talk about what are the pitfalls, what are the things that need to be done, what are the practical aspects that need to be followed as part of the vendor qualifications. As you know, that in the pharma industry, we require a lot of inputs. Now these inputs are either as part of your API manufacturing and part of your formulation. Now not everything can be made by us. You require certain companies to support us. And why do you require that? The first one is the cost. Okay. The second is the expertise. You may not have the expertise to make that particular raw material or the input material. And the infrastructure which would be required to make that raw material may not be available with you. Environment concerns. So there would be some chemicals which are so very different to manufacture, where you can't manufacture in your current setup also. And the most important is the safety aspect, and also the availability of the raw materials and the input material which are required to make those input material which are required by us. And what's important is to have a very reliable vendor and a partner to support your requirement of manufacturing. Now, as a process, the search for a reliable vendor starts at the product development stage. So what happens is, in any company, when the company says, I want to make a particular product, then it comes to the marketing saying that, okay, this particular product has a good marketing potential. The R&D starts working on it. And your procurement team would start scouting out for the raw material or the input material, and the R&D scientists would start looking at the process development, evaluate the feasibility, ensuring the input material. Now what happens is, the identified vendor would provide you with a small quantity of sample which is looked at from the feasibility point of view. Now that vendor would be also doing his own R&D, and he will provide you with a small sample. The R&D scientists in your company would start developing a process, and they will come out with an optimized process. And further, the idea is to have the better yield, quality and costing, and then you start evaluating the prospective vendor. Now in the pharma industry, as you know, that the most important part is to ensure that the compliance is to be maintained, and this is the biggest aspect that is required for your ongoing manufacturing. Now, what starts with a vendor qualification? First of all, you should know what is the requirement of that particular material. One is the documentation. The vendor should provide you with a comprehensive documentation, which includes the process details, quality standards, certificate of analysis, and the compliance. Now, as you know, you've got so many guidelines. The most commonly is the ISAGE guideline, and you can't use certain solvents, you can't use certain chemicals. So you should ensure that the document should provide you the details so that it doesn't become as a surprise for you. Site inspection, this is required because you should see that whatever he provides you as a document is actually in place. Now, there was a requirement whether it's required to do a vendor audit or not. And some companies or a requirement would be very small. I mean, you may go to a large manufacturer. The large manufacturer may not allow you to do the audit. Now, there are ways of doing it. Either you can do a desktop audit. You can also buy an audit report, which is already an audit done by a third party of that company, and that is good enough. The third option, which I always encourage, that many of these companies have ISO certification. Okay, in your SOPs, please ensure that even if you are not able to get an audit, physical audit done for the company, ISO certification, a regulatory inspection certification is good enough to qualify the vendor. Okay, many companies do not have that option, but this is a good option to start with. And later on, if your documentations are good, your assessment is good, you can still continue to use the vendor. Because if you are using excipient, the excipient may be making tons and tons of material on a day, per day, but you will be using only a few kilos. For that few kilos, he will not allow you to come and see the facility. It's not possible. कितने बार आएगा वो बोलते हैं हेलो हर जो बोलेगा कोई आके मेरे को ऑडिट करने का है आप आके ऑब्जर्वेशन देके जाएगा उसको टाइम नहीं है okay either you take it or leave it. The same thing applies with the solvents also. So make sure if you can ask the vendor, do you have a local GMP certification? Do you have a ISO certification? Do you have a regulatory certification? Do you have a regulatory acceptance that is good enough? Because that will indicate the competency of that vendor, and that is also acceptable. It is not possible for you to go at each and every place and audit the facility. If there's a real requirement, there's a critical raw material, please do that. But don't make it a very point in your SOP which locks you with this kind of a guideline. Risk assessment is very important because you have to understand what could be the risk. In the morning we heard about nitrosamines. Now this is something that has come up. You have to continuously evaluate what is the potential risk of your raw material suppliers. The reason is that these kind of things will come up and you should be always alert about what are things coming up. Nitrosamine was not known as a risk before 2016. 2017 somebody said that okay there was a peak coming up, it could be genetic impurity, then people started looking at that. But the point is that nitrosamine were already known several decades ago, but it was not identified as a potential concern till it came up in 2017. But it is there. So are you going to evaluate that? The point is we have API manufacturing, we have formulation manufacturing. API is extensively working on organic chemistry. Okay, your organic chemistry stops the moment you make the API. The formulation people are only worried about bulk density, particle size analysis, polymorphism. Okay, they never looked at chemistry. And that is the irony. But today, nobody stops from looking at the chemistry part of it. So your chemistry has to be looked at from the formulation point of view also. The interaction between the API and the excipient has become a biggest challenge for us. So in your formulation companies, you should definitely have people who understand chemistry. The chemistry not from the point of view of the release, but the challenge is that over a period of time, something will start increasing. Impurities will start increasing over a period of 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, and that is not evaluated. And that happens because the interaction between the API and the excipients is never studied. So please look at that. And that is where, when you start looking at the vendor's document, you should have people who understand the importance of these chemistry issues. And that is never looked at. So the chemistry now does not stop at the API, but continues till the formulation also. And you should have enough competency amongst your team to understand it. Okay, we heard about ethylene glycol, propylene glycol. Now this is happening because we were not able to understand the implication of this particular impurities in our finished product. Because we just looked at the property of the material, that is good enough for our manufacturing. But what is that goes in that material? Are we able to identify the impurities? Is the method of analysis good enough to look at these impurities? Your process development only looked at what was given as a input material during the R&D. They would not know what are the chemicals used. If the documentation is not correct, you will not be able to understand how to develop the methods. The methods are blind. Some of the methods are not able to pick up the impurities. Okay, getting a single peak is not a guarantee of the purity. So you should be able to develop methods. Your R&D, analytical development, should be able to ask what is the process, what are the process steps, what are the other ingredients, and that only will decide the method of analysis. And that is something that is ignored. The biggest challenge is when they make changes. You did mention about the changes in the process, and the biggest fear is if the changes are made in the process and the methods are not good enough, you'll feel that चल रहा है, अच्छा है, purity 100% है, 99% है, बाकी का गया किधर? What we are looking at is not the purity, we are looking at the impurities. And the challenge is how you keep on looking at your process on a continuous basis. And it's always said that, oh, हमारा तो schedule M है, हमारा तो IP है, हमारा तो ये है. But look at the international standards. Are we not looking at the standards to go as per the international standards? Please try to make sure that your products are at international standards. India is able to make products as per international standards. Pharmacy of the world, why are we looking at? Because we have the competency. हमारे पास technical skill है. We are good at API. We are good at intermediates. We are good at formulation. As they said, every third pill, every third tablet is consumed by the world is from India. So don't you think that we have the competency? But let us also make sure that the same quality standards also is transferred to the patients in the country. I know there's a cost benefit analysis also looked at. The government is looking at costing, but costing at not the cost of the quality of medicines. Okay, good that we started with the new Schedule M where we talked about the recall of the NSQs. It's a good practice now. But when the nitrosamine came in, okay, as the issue, we started doing recalls. You must have heard that many of the big companies started doing the recalls because we didn't know whether the nitrosamine was safe or unsafe. But we did the recall saying that, okay, this is the nitrosamine, some impurities came up, we started recalling. Because that was a practice, that was a requirement. India में नहीं था वो. India में चलता रहा. But good that now we are coming up to a level that we understand the importance of these things and we want to give quality medicines to the patients in the country. The patients are not different. We should not differentiate. And remember, each one of us work in the industry which works on ethics, भरोसा, जो promises बोलते हैं हम लोग जो अपना ये है importance देना चाहिए अपने industry में. That is something that you should keep on doing. Okay, and wherever you are working in this entire value system, you should try and make sure that आखिर में the patient is affected. Okay, vendor qualification is a very important aspect in the entire value chain of your manufacturing. If your vendor qualification is weak, no matter how much you try to defend that, you are bound to get some surprises at a later point of time. So please be careful that you should be vigilant. It's not a one-time activity, it's an ongoing process. You should be also conducting a background check of the potential vendor, including their history, track record, and financial stability. It's available. जो हम लोग due diligence बोलते हैं ना, see if somebody wants to give some, किसी को loan देना है, किसी को पैसा चाहिए, तो क्या करते हैं? Okay, they look at the financial balances, financial data. तभी तो आप दोगे ना किसी को loan कि उसका भरने की ताकत है कि नहीं. So this is something that you'll also make a difference in the way the quality is maintained by the company. Second is regulatory compliance. Ensure that the vendors adhere to the industry standards, all the good manufacturing practices, and the guidelines which are required by the industry standards. I'm sure that everybody knows ICHQ-7. Yeah? ICHQ-7 is applicable to API. Now, if you see the first page or the second page of ICHQ-7, there's a table. If you see there's a table which says that आपका GMP कहाँ पे चालू होता है? There's a shaded portion. Okay, so look at that part and see whatever raw materials you're buying from a vendor, whether he follows the GMP as required for that particular material. But it is always good to see how best he applies that. Okay, first question you should say, if you are a formulation company and if you're buying API, if you're buying intermediate, if you're buying excipient, do you follow ICH guideline? That's the first question as part of your questionnaire. And where does your GMP starts? Okay, his procurement, his process also gives a lot of inputs about how his GMP is followed and how is able to maintain the quality of the material that he's selling to you. So please make sure that these are the questions that should be asked. And if you get a chance, or if your team members get a chance to visit and audit the physically, they should be able to look at this aspect and also be aware of what is the requirement of the ICHQ7 if it's an API or an intermediate supplier. Many times we ignore that. We don't look at these aspects. और सबके लिए सब लगाते हैं, सबके लिए कुछ भी नहीं लगाते हैं. So these are the basic requirements. And I'm sure the new Schedule M also is trying to match up with these international guidelines because we want to come to that standard. Okay, so all the people who are involved in the vendor qualification, the QA people, the procurement team members should be aware of this requirement. I'll come to how the process should run. Vendor must also have a robust QMS system, documentation procedures. Very important. You can't keep on asking, you can't keep on looking at how the process is made. But what is important is the documentation will indicate how the entire process is operated, because that's the only proof of the way the quality is maintained. Okay, if he has got an advanced system, that is better. If he has got a paper-based system, थोड़ा weak हो सकता है, लेकिन वो कैसा manage करता है, that is very important. So you should look at the way the documents are maintained. Continuous improvement. This sometimes is good, sometimes it is dangerous. The reason is that could be favorable for you. He could say, okay, I'll reduce the cost. अच्छा है, अपने procurement team को अच्छा लगता है, अरे मेरा तो cost कम हो रहा है. Last year 100 रुपए में लेता था, अभी 90 रुपए में ले रहा हूँ, next year 80 rupees. लेकिन on what basis? Is he compromising on the quality? Is he compromising on his input material, which can have a detrimental effect on your material? आपका जो process development हुआ है, वो इस basis पे नहीं हुआ है. It has not happened on the basis of his process development. So the quality standards can be compromised. But if he continues to make sure that he ensures that his improvement is ensuring consistency, he'll say that all this process improvement is making sure my consistency is maintained. That is good for you. But evaluate that. Okay, it should not really have a detrimental effect on your process. Evaluate a vendor's quality system, process, documentation practices, technical capabilities. How good is the technical capabilities? See, it is, I'm sure that everybody who's got good money, good amount of money, wants to jump into pharma industry. सबको pharma industry में आना है. क्यों? इसमें return of investment अच्छा है. But do they have that kind of understanding of the pharma industry? This is not like making a mithai or some confectionery or any other bakery products that we are into. अरे वहाँ पे मेरे को 5% का return of investment हो रहा है, यहाँ पे 15% होगा, आ जाओ. But do they have the ethical practice of doing it? Do they have the technical competence? And many of these companies who start avoid this or miss out that. So these are things that can impact the actual manufacturer, because you may feel that you are getting the right product at the right price, but the quality is compromised. So when you look at a vendor, whether you go to the site or don't go to the site, ask them, who are your technical people? What are they doing? Do they have that expertise of really understanding the pharma requirement? Do they have that culture? Culture की जो बात करते हैं हम लोग, do they understand the requirement? कि खाली अपने नाम के लिए अच्छा last year company खोला है, सोचेंगे चलो ये निकालेंगे, इसके पहले हम लोग फर्नीचर के बिजनेस में थे, अभी ये फार्मा में आ गए. So these kind of things don't work here. Okay, last year transportation में थे, किसी ने बोला अच्छा फार्मा में अच्छा business है, चलो आ गए. So people don't understand that. So you should have that right people at the right place to understand the ethical requirements of the pharma industry. So that is what we should be looking at. और उसके लिए वहाँ पे जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं, आप पूछ भी सकते हो उनको. This is one thing that is coming up. I'm sure that everywhere you must be hearing about the sustainability. This is a big word now, sustainability. Now, sustainability of sourcing. Do they have ethical practices of sourcing? Do they get the material from the right source? Do they get the material from the right raw material? It can be anything. Okay, if you want, say, carbon, okay, simple thing, carbon. Carbon can be from the wood also, carbon can be from the bones also. Okay, just imagine if you don't know what is the source of that carbon, that could be harmful, that could be very dangerous. So the ethical practice of sourcing is also very important here. And most important is, are they committed to social responsibility? And each and every government, each and every country that you sell would be also asking you these questions. Okay, any big or small company will be asked these questions. So don't miss out that. So ethical practices and sustainability will become a major issue in the coming years. So please make sure that you understand this requirement, ask these questions, and see how good or bad is the company working on those lines. Okay, pollution. I mean, up till now, the regulatory agencies were not looking at how you dispose your effluent. They say, "वो हमारा काम नहीं है." That is something that your local FDA will take care, your local government will take care. FDA would never ask that. Whenever there's an inspection by US FDA, they will only look at the product. आपने ml को क्या किया, उसका effluent को क्या, वो लेना देना हमारा नहीं है. But now they have started looking at whether the product was really made with the right intention, and whether it is impacting the environment, whether it's impacting the people surrounding the factory, whether it has an impact on the people working in the factory, is all being looked at. So look at this aspect, include these questions in your questionnaire. Okay, that is something that will really help you to understand the mentality of the vendor and its long-term sustainability, long-term confidence of the manufacturing process. Traceability, how does he get the material? Where does he get it from? Okay, most important is how is the storage? As you know, that temperature makes a big difference. Okay, temperature of any raw material makes a big difference. There is a reason for it. Again, the impurities which are formed, the degradations which are happening, the degradation of the material, degradation of the degradation which happens, is just not possible to get detected with the methods that you are using. Your HPLC GC will not be able to detect if your methods are not robust enough. How does the method development happen? आपको एक pure metal दिया जाता है. Okay, R&D को pure metal दिया और इसका एक HPLC करके देखो. Pure metal का तो अच्छा ही आएगा ना. उसमें क्या है? वो 100% लाने के लिए क्या प्रॉब्लम होता है? लेकिन what you should single wavelength, because most of the analysis that we do are organic chemicals, and the analysis done on the functional group and the organic molecules which are detected by UV, and you set a UV lambda max for the analysis. That UV lambda max could be good enough for certain impurities, but may not be good enough for impurities which are not coming at that lambda max. So the PDA analysis once in a while will indicate whether you are using the right material or not. Many times आपके पास सरप्राइज होते हैं, अरे ये मटेरियल तो बना हम लोग फॉर्मुलेशन किया API उसमें क्या इम्प्यूरिटी आ गई, कहाँ से आ गई? You would never know. I mean, we heard in the morning about changing the raw material supplier. Product तो अच्छा है उसका, भी तो ले लेते हैं. It is costing 20% less. So the 20% less is मुंह में पानी आ जाता है. चलो अच्छा है आपका इतना कॉस्ट बच जाएगा. लेकिन what is the impact of that? So जब आप evaluate करोगे, अपने R&D को बोलो इसको पहले वो मेथड से नहीं, आपके अलग मेथड से ट्राई करके बताओ हमको whether it's the same kind of material. Okay, it may not be feasible and not required to do an analysis every time for every batch of the PDA, but once in a while it is good enough to understand, because ये surprise आपको कभी मालूम नहीं पड़ेगा. लास्ट में जाके आपको बोलेंगे अरे मेरा 3rd मंथ में स्टेबिलिटी क्यों फेल हो रहा है, 6 महीने में स्टेबिलिटी क्यों फेल हो रहा है, एंड देन यू स्टार्ट रिकॉलिंग ये बराबर नहीं हुआ, ये हुआ, फिर मालूम नहीं पड़ेगा, एंड ऑल दैट इन्वेस्टिगेशन हैज नो मीनिंग. So it's important that you understand the importance of how they are storing the raw materials and the finished product, or their finished product, which is your raw material. Okay, we heard in the morning also, and very true, that a raw material which comes, see the irony in our system is, we are asked to make the product sit in the warehouse which has got a temperature control, manufacturing has a temperature control, finished products are temperature control, warehouse is a temperature control. The moment it goes out of the factory, get temperature control. The irony is, in our country, the medical shops and the stationery shops are the only ones which do not have a AC. बाकी सब में AC है कि नहीं? शूज के शॉप में जाओ, कपड़ों की दुकान में जाओ, सब में AC है. उसकी जरूरत है? वो आपका कंफर्ट देखता है ना, कस्टमर का कंफर्ट देखता है, प्रोडक्ट का कंफर्ट नहीं देखता है. सो इट्स टाइम दैट वी ऑल्सो इंश्योर. मेडिकल शॉप में जाओ, उसके पास एक फ्रिज होगा, कुछ इंजेक्शन रखा होगा, पर उसके साथ और लिम्का सोडा सब रखा होगा. दैट फ्रिज इज मोर फॉर दोज आइटम्स. ओके, बट द रेस्ट ऑफ द शॉप इज ऑल ओपन. You never know what would happen in that high temperature. Okay, anyway we have an expiry period, but the expiry period would not indicate whether the product is of good quality till the shelf life. We would have done the studies, the company would have done the studies, but has the study included what could happen if there's a degradation? That's a challenge for us. So it's very important that you try and make sure that instead of making the product degrade, make sure that your raw materials and the finished product are stored in the temperature which is required. And this is also, see the points that I'm making, if you are asking your vendors about this question, please include in your questionnaire, and see if your questionnaire has all these questions. And if you're getting a chance to go and see the vendor, nothing like it, this is what you should do. Equipment qualification, of course, as a finished product supplier, you have to do it, but there is a meaning for it. It's not just for the records कि मैंने IQ, OQ, PQ सब किया, लेकिन उसका मतलब क्या होता है यार? What is the use of that IQ, OQ, PQ? It is to make sure that the equipment that you're using is able to perform as per the requirement. Okay, it's not just for creating documentation. Process validation, ये बहुत बड़ा term है, process validation, process validation. एक process validation कर दिया तो हो गया काम, फिर सालों साल चलता रहेगा. अरे उसका मतलब क्या है यार? क्यों करते हो? प्रोसेस वैलिडेशन का मतलब है कि आप बोलते 3 बैचेस करो, 3 बैचेस का कंसिस्टेंसी आ गया, ठीक है, आपका पूरा सालों साल चलता रहेगा. इट इज टू इंश्योर दैट जितने भी सिस्टम है, वेदर इट्स इक्विपमेंट, रॉ मटेरियल, पीपल, प्रोसेसेस, इन प्रोसेस, फिनिश्ड आइसोलेशन एंड एनालिसिस, ये पूरा सिस्टम को चैलेंज होता है. ओके, दिस इज एक्सटेंसिव एनालिसिस डन, एंड बेस्ड ऑन दैट यू डिसाइड, यस, now I'm comfortable to handle this process. That is process validation. Okay, not just for the sake of record's sake. Okay, you're trying to bring in that kind of a confidence in your system. Okay, most of the time you see that you require a certain utilities for your plant, for your equipment. जब भी process validation होता है ना, everything is diverted to that equipment. बाकी सब बंद कर दो, process validation चल रहा है. ओके, सबसे अच्छे लोगों को लाओ, प्रोसेस वैलिडेशन चल रहा है. बाकी दिन में क्या होता है, सब एक साथ चलता है. एंड देन यू से, अरे वो टाइम में तो हीटिंग मेरा 2 घंटे में, अभी तो 5 घंटे लगते हैं. सो योर यूटिलिटी इज नॉट गुड इनफ. सी, प्रोसेस वैलिडेशन शुड बी डन इन अ रेगुलर आइडियल सिचुएशन. इट शुड नॉट बी डन विथ अ वेरी फोकस एटीट्यूड. यू शुड बी डूइंग इन अ नॉर्मल कंडीशन. आपका यूटिलिटीज है, वेदर इट्स नाइट्रोजन, एयर, स्टीम, हीटिंग, cooling, all those are to be handled in a manner that you'll be doing a process, not just isolating everything and only focusing on that process. You'll not be able to get. फिर बोलते अरे मेरा process validation तो सही था, अभी batch क्यों fail हो रहा है? The failure is because you are not challenging the process in a normal course of your activities, and that is what happens. Any vendor, you should keep a track of his key performance indicator. And how you should do it? You should keep a track of how he's performing, whether it's his deliveries, his quality standards, his way of profile. Why do you maintain that? Because you want to ensure that any surprises can be identified before you take your process, before you use that material in the process. And that will ensure whether he is going to ditch you or his material will be not suitable for your requirement. Okay. Risk assessment, as I said, there are several of them. What could potentially come up? What could have your implication? Look at what is happening around the world. If you have a team within your company, the QA regulatory agents department should be tracking कि बाहर क्या चल रहा है. जैसा हम लोग बोलते हैं ना कि हम अपनी गलती करने के बाद हम लोग सुधरते हैं, उसके लिए हमको राह नहीं देखना है. बाहर की जिसका गलती हुआ ना वो देखो, उससे हमको सुधरना है. Okay, so look at what is going wrong outside, see if you are falling in that same line and whether that could be a pitfall for you. So the risk assessment, okay, and the contingency plan should not be restricted to your failure, but failures from the others and also what is potentially being considered as a failure. Now everybody gets a WhatsApp, सबका 483 आ जाता है, सबका observation आ जाता है. We are very smart in that, no? So I keep on saying that 483 से मालूम नहीं पड़ेगा, it's a redacted version. But मालूम तो पड़ता है ना कि क्या चल रहा है इंडस्ट्री में. You start looking at that aspect and see where are you. Are you in that same style of working or you are comfortable to handle the process? Okay. I can understand that you are trying to upgrade yourself to a new Schedule M, but look at the international standards. आपको उससे भी आगे बढ़ना है. So if you are ready for that, it is not difficult. I can tell you that we hear that people saying that, hey, हमको बहुत खर्चा होगा. We heard about this in the morning also, that since long people are saying that it's going to be very expensive, difficult to manage and also implement Schedule M. Not necessary. There are many people, companies over here in India who are able to meet the international standards. Maybe they have worked on those lines, they have implemented, they have spent money, but it is, when you are in the compliance mode, I think the business grows. The business will grow when you indicate, when you demonstrate your compliance status. And if you are into generic market, where you are trying to compete between several other companies, who will come to you? They will come to you only when you are in the compliance state. It is not about the cost. You can still command and demand a price of your product if your compliance is at the highest level. So look at that practice, and I'm sure that this is going to be a long-term benefit for you. They should follow all those vendors, as I said. Look at what category they are, what schedules should be followed, what are there. One more thing, remember, any guideline that you look at, it is written in a very, very simple English. Okay, simple English, जो लिखा ना वही है, उसके बीच में मत पढ़ो. Don't read between the lines and say, अरे उसका मतलब ऐसा होगा, उनका ये होगा. मतलब कुछ नहीं है, जो लिखा वही है. So many times I see many companies trying to interpret a guideline the way they want to stretch it and make it more complicated. और अपने SOPs और अपने खुद के जो process इतने complicate कर देते हैं, which is difficult to manage. So make sure that even आप कोई भी guideline देखो, whether it's a USFDA guideline हो या ICH guideline हो, अपने GMP Schedule M हो, कोई ज़्यादा बड़ा लंबा चौड़ा इंग्लिश नहीं है, शेक्सपियर इंग्लिश नहीं है वो. जो लिखा वही है, आप उसी को फॉलो करो. हमारे लोग क्या करते हैं, नहीं ये उसका मतलब ऐसा होगा, उनका ये मतलब होगा, तो उसमें और ऐड करते हैं, तो जो नहीं है वो भी ऐड करते हैं. ओके, तो जो लिखा है वो आप फॉलो करो, दैट इज गुड इनफ. ओके, as I am seeing that many companies are complicating their own SOPs और अपने पैर पे कुल्हाड़ी मार रहे हैं by making SOPs in such a manner that they just can't follow. Secondly, आपके अगर कोई ऑडिट हुआ तो आपको लगता है कि मैंने इसको कंप्लायंस कर दिया, ये रजिस्टर बना दिया, लॉग बुक बना दिया, SOP चेंजेस हो गए तो वो खुश हो जाएंगे. खुश नहीं होते, बिकॉज अल्टीमेटली योर पीपल हैव टू फॉलो दैट. एंड 6 महीने 1 साल के बाद पर ये नहीं हो सकता है. ओके, फिर बोलते हैं अरे नहीं आपने को अभी कुछ नहीं कर सकते, हम लोगों ने ऑलरेडी कंप्लायंस दिया है. सो प्लीज वेट, ठंडे दिमाग से सोचो कि आपके प्रोसेस में क्या कॉम्प्लिकेशंस है. How many of you are in formulations? Okay. I'm sure that 5 years back, the same process would have a 20-page batch record. Today, वो 20-page batch record का 200 पेज का batch record बन गया. Process change है क्या? कुछ नहीं है. कोई बोलेगा यार इसमें ये ऐड करो, उसमें ये ऐड करो, इसमें लेफ्ट हैंड लिखानी है, लेफ्ट हैंड ऐड करो, उसमें राइट हैंड लिखानी है, राइट हैंड ऐड करो. ओके, एक हाथ ऊपर करने का, 2 पैर नीचे करने का लिखा. तो ये ऐसा हमारा SOP और बैच रिकॉर्ड चलता है. ओके, और किसी ने भी सोचा नहीं है. एंड नो, आई फील सो सॉरी दैट व्हेन द यंगस्टर्स कम एंड जॉइन द कंपनी और न्यू पर्सन कम्स एंड जॉइन द कंपनी, दे जस्ट डोंट गिव यू सजेशंस कि इसमें मेरे को क्या तकलीफ हो रही है. एंड यू स्टार्ट फायरिंग एंड बीटिंग दैट पर्सन कि तुमने ये गलती कर दिया, डेटा इंटीग्रिटी किया, तुमने ये मिस्टेक कर दिया, टाइपोग्राफी. अरे लेकिन सोचो ना, तुम्हारा बैच रिकॉर्ड उसमें क्या मिस्टेक्स है, कितना कॉम्प्लीट किया है. सो लुक एट हाउ यू कैन सिंप्लीफाई योर वर्क, हाउ यू कैन सिंप्लीफाई एंड मेक इट इन लाइन विद द गाइडलाइंस. दैट इज नेवर थॉट अबाउट. गिव दैट एनकरेजमेंट टू योर पीपल इन द शॉप फ्लोर हु विल टेल यू कि भैया ये हमको करने में 5 मिनट का एक्टिविटी है, 20 मिनट का डॉक्यूमेंटेशन है. ओके, क्यों? हमको ये दिखाने का कि हमने किया है. ओके, बिकॉज दैट इज व्हाट इज योर आइडिया ऑफ डेमोन्स्ट्रेटिंग दैट व्हाटएवर आई एम डेमोन्स्ट्रेटिंग. उसके बाद ये 200 पेज का बैच रिकॉर्ड है, उसके पीछे में और कितने पेजेस लगे कुछ मालूम नहीं है. वो अपना आर्काइवल में जाता है. उसके बाद क्यूए बैठ के उसको रिव्यू करते हैं. 2 साल के बाद देखते हैं इसमें ये गलती मिला, वो गलती मिला. सो लुक एट सिंप्लीफिकेशन. ओके, देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे ऑफ सिंप्लीफाइंग थिंग्स. लोगों को इन्वॉल्व करो, अपने ऑपरेटर्स को इन्वॉल्व करो. यू विल गेट लॉट ऑफ आइडियाज. एंगेज देम इन द एक्टिविटीज एंड दिस इज व्हाट वी वांट टू डू. Okay, not only that, if you have a chance to visit your vendors, please encourage them to teach what is the best practice. I have done it. Okay, I mean, you must have seen my profile. I was working in big companies, but my GMP, my compliance is not restricted to my company, because I want to extend my GMP learning experience to my vendors also. So we should teach them. आप ऐसा करो, वैसा करो, because it is ultimately helping me and extending my GMP and compliance till the last vendor in my system. Okay, when you have that kind of extension of your compliance, you will ensure that your product is of right quality. When you talk about quality, आपका खाली अपना ये मिठाई की शॉप में क्या सब अच्छे सब ग्लास में रखा रहता है, अच्छा डिस्प्ले होता है. It is not. Your kitchen is also important. Okay, your GMP should extend right till the lowest and the first raw material supplier, and that is the whole process that you should follow in your vendor qualification. Training, don't make training as just for the sake of records. Okay, हमारे इधर TNI है, हमारे इधर पूरा उसका शेड्यूल है, वो छोड़ो, बकवास है सब. Okay, जरूरत के हिसाब से ट्रेनिंग करो, उसका फायदा होना चाहिए. Okay, and I'm sorry to say that our trainings become like a farce. अरे आ जाओ, बैठ जाओ. I don't know how many of you have come here only with that intention. कि चलो भैया एक काम तो निपट गया, कि इनको ट्रेनिंग करवा दिया, उनका रिकॉर्ड बन गया. वो मत करो. अगर यहाँ पे आए हो ना, कुछ अच्छा सुनने को मिलेगा. इस हिसाब से आओ. ओके, जो कुछ सुना है, जो आ नहीं सके, ओके, उनके जाके बताओ कि हमने ऐसा कुछ सुना. अगर आप फोटो निकाल रहे हो उसका मतलब खाली आपने नहीं, आप लोगों को बताओ. अगर आप कुछ लिख रहे हो तो अपना SOP चेंज करो. ओके, मेनी टाइम्स उनको बोला, अरे अपने को अभी ये ट्रेनिंग करना है. अच्छा, कौन खाली है यार जिसको तो भेज दो ट्रेनिंग को. अच्छा, तू मत जा, तू तो यहाँ पे बैठ, तेरे को तो बैच बनाने का है. बिकॉज हमारे ट्रेनिंग का ऐसा होता है कि जो अच्छे लोग हैं, जिसको बैच बनाने का है, जिसको एनालिसिस करना है, उसको हम लोग नहीं छोड़ते हैं. सो दैट शुड बी अवॉइडेड. यू शुड हैव अ ट्रेनिंग फॉर द पर्पस. डोंट जस्ट से दैट अच्छा इसको ट्रेनिंग साल में 4 बार करना है, तू आजा, तेरा 2 ही हो गया, बैठ तू इधर. सो दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग शुड नॉट बी देयर. द ट्रेनिंग शुड बी विद अ पर्पस. Okay, it is actually helping you. At the end of it, you are reducing your failures. You should look at first time right. Okay, I am sure that formulation में तो reprocess करना बहुत मुश्किल है. Some people do it, but it is not a good practice. API में तो कर सकते हैं, but why to do it? The cost of reprocessing is absolutely high. It's outrageous to do a reprocessing, so please avoid that. And why it is happening most of the time, it is the people who are not doing the work correctly. Okay, so look at the training. आपने एक लाइन चेंज कर दी एसओपी में, बैठ जाओ ट्रेनिंग को, बैठ जाओ 50 लोग आ जाओ ट्रेनिंग को कर दो, बिकॉज तुम्हारा एसओपी बोलता है कि द मोमेंट आई चेंज वन क्लॉज, एक ऑडिट हुआ उसने बोला ये पॉइंट चेंज करना है आपका 50 लोगों का ट्रेनिंग का रिकॉर्ड तो बराबर रहता है, 3-4 पेजेस का ट्रेनिंग रिकॉर्ड, उसमें साइन भी नाम के साथ रहता है. अच्छा वो आया था कि उस दिन? वो नहीं था, फिर किधर गया? तो ये सब मत करो. सो द ट्रेनिंग शुड बी विद अ पर्पस which will definitely help you in ensuring that your standards are maintained. You will definitely be able to take advantage of that. Records of the training, okay, and the competency is essential, but don't make it like just for the sake of records. And I'm sorry to say that many places I have seen, कई जगह पे तो मैंने देखा है that there is out of specification. Okay, लंबा चौड़ा डॉक्यूमेंट बन गया, 50-60 पेजेस का डॉक्यूमेंट बन गया, फिर वहाँ से बोला ट्रेनिंग वाज इम्पार्टेड, फिर देखा ट्रेनिंग में है देयर इज अ लिस्ट ऑफ 20 पीपल हु आर ट्रेन्ड. अच्छा किसने किया था, किसके कारण हुआ? अच्छा वो प्रतीक है ना, प्रतीक्षा, उसने किया था. प्रतीक्षा का तो नाम ही नहीं है उसमें. So you do all that thing and the poor Pratiksha is not part of the training. So these are things. So look at that, whether you are using this training just for the sake of it or it is really worth doing it. So the vendor should have a clear and open communication regarding quality issues in the compliance. See what happens is, if they are able to tell you what mistakes are happening, what are the changes they are doing, it will actually help you to do a proactive action. And documentation is equally important. Contracts, the contract should be very clear about how you should handle, how a quality standards should be maintained, and if there is a quality issue, what kind of agreement you should have between the two companies so that you can take action against them, whether it's a legal or whether it's a compliance related activities also. And these are things. Now, I'm sure that as a company, you would have not less than 20, 30, 40, 50 vendors, and you would have qualification. I can tell you, आपने AI, ML तो सुना होगा, okay? There are features in the AI where you can put it all your quality agreements and ask the AI to see if that particular document has a particular clause which you are looking for. मैं तो किसी को बिठा के अगर करना है ना, अच्छा उसको पूछेगा, अच्छा ये क्लॉज डाला क्या, वो क्लॉज डाला क्या, कि ये रिकॉल का क्लॉज डाला क्या. It's difficult to see each and every record physically, but AI is supporting these kind of activities also. Okay, so don't shy away from these kind of technologies. Okay, don't fear that AI will take up your job. Each and every one of you should be accustomed, should be competent enough to understand the importance and the capability of AI. AI is going to help you. AI is going to support you. Many people ask me, will it be acceptable? Don't worry about that. At this moment of time, AI is just learning. It is a learning phase. Use it as a tool of your support. The final decision will be with you. Okay, don't leave because AI is yet to learn. Okay, all your final details. But with your experience, with your expertise, you should be able to look at what has been given as a first cut information through AI. Okay, sometimes we'll give you garbled information, but don't shy away from using these technologies in your current work. Evaluating your current your agreements is a very good tool which has come up now, where you can ask the AI to evaluate a particular agreement for a particular clause, saying that does my clause has. So if you have got 20, 30, 40 agreements, within a few minutes it will tell you which of these agreement does not have that clause. Okay, so I'm just giving you an idea that if you have some people who understand this requirement, please use it, and these capabilities should be definitely used for your benefit, for the speed of your activities. Gone are the days where you keep on looking and having a review team which is going to use technology. Another dimension. Procurement professionals spend a lot of time in identifying and qualifying a vendor. Vendors are shortlisted based on the interaction, questionnaire, and the site visit and the audits. After all the hard work, it can be a significant setback if the chosen vendor fails the quality audit. Okay, उसने पूरा commercial देख लिया, it's okay, and finally QA वाले जाके बोलेंगे अरे ये नहीं चलेगा. So it's very important to understand identifying an alternate vendor is a time-consuming activity. Okay, when a vendor is disqualified, time and business opportunities are lost. You should have very well synchronized supply chain, procurement team, and the QA, and R&D, which I said. Okay, all these people will be able to understand the process, chemistry. Commercial part तो अलग है, commercial होता रहेगा. There's no stoppage for that. Okay, that will always happen. But for us, its compliance is important. The chemistry is important. The impurity profile is important. Unless you are confident about that, please make sure that you have the right vendor with you. And I'm sure that if you are into regulatory framework of a product, it is not so easy to switch over from one vendor to other because the पूरा process वापस चालू हो जाएगा. Okay. Otherwise, if you have just one vendor, start parallelly looking at who can support you in times of a crisis. It's very important to have a parallel vendor. You should have two vendors running parallelly, so that commercially also they are on, under control, and quality-wise also they are under control, and you will not have any risk assessment. कल को एक कंपनी में अगर आग लग गई, फायर हो गया, कुछ नेचुरल कैलामिटी हो गई, at least you have something to back up. Okay, so that's the idea of having a alternate vendor, and it's a process which should be done as part of the 3-4 departments which are involved in the entire process. Okay, and you should have this kind of synchron. It is also good to have a technical person as part of your supply chain. I'm sure many companies, people who are working in R&D are moved to QA or moved to supply chain. The reason is that during the initial phase of discussion, you don't have to involve R&D because this person will always ask the right questions. And that becomes a very strong point of your trying to have a vendor evaluation done in a very quick time. So look at how you can make your team competent enough in the supply chain from the technical point of view. Supply chain procurement in the pharma industry should not be restricted to only commercial and financial people. They are good at that. I mean, I don't deny that they know how to reduce the price, they know how to control the price, everything is okay. But for us, the technical inputs are very essential. Okay, I have done it in my past assignment. I moved a person from QA to procurement because I know that the initial phase of the vendor qualification becomes so easy that he would ask the right questions. Even before you put in your questionnaire and before the questions are answered, you know you have the right person at the right place. That's also, I think, I'm sure that some of you who are enterprising want to look at this option as a career also. Not a bad idea. Many companies do that. Okay, where they move technical people to such front offices which can really be a game changer for the company. Okay, that's something that you should try. So is there a possibility to avoid vendor disqualification? Proactive steps can be taken to evaluate process to optimize, to minimize likelihood of choosing a vendor with major quality issues, specifically risk associated with data integrity. Okay, I'm sure that you're aware of this, that any vendor, any company which is into data integrity is a big concern. Data integrity will continue to be a concern as the regulatory norms become more stringent. Violations in this data integrity are due to industry failure to develop standards. It's a simple thing. If your process of documentation, if your process of evaluating a process, okay, continues to upgrade yourself in terms of trying to identify what can the people make mistake. I'm sure I'll give a simple example. Couple of years back when you entered a factory, एक आपके पास register लिखा था, आपका नाम था, आप sign करो, ठीक है, आने का sign, जाने का sign, हो गया? Then people have some कलाकारी, अरे मेरे को आज late आने का मेरा sign कर दे. Okay, what have people done now? क्या करते हैं अभी? Biometrics, okay, biometrics आ गया, या फिर पहला कार्ड होता था, अरे मेरा कार्ड लेके जा, स्वाइप कर दे. So people started looking at new ways of, avoiding this. So data इंडी कैसे चलता है? That people are looking at ideas of how to misuse the activities also. Biometrics, iris, face reading, all that's become, why they're using? Because they want to make sure that same thing in your documentation also, you should identify how you can identify such areas which will minimize data integrity. See, आप कितना भी SOP लिखो, how many SOPs you have, normally all those Alcoa principle, होता है ना आपके इधर, बड़ा बड़ा boards होता है, Alcoa principle, contemporaneous ये वो सब चलता है यार, किसको Alcoa का full form क्या, किसको करने क्या full form यार, ठीक से लिखो ना. So it's not about just training the SOPs or something. People will always find ideas. So look at what ideas are found by people and how you can circumvent them. Okay, instead of saying something or writing something or putting placards does not help. So in the company, you should have ideas of how you can avoid people coming out with new ideas of looking at errors or looking at manipulating the data. That's the only way that you can do. And that demonstration will be a strong point for you to demonstrate and also showcase your capabilities to the outside world. If you are saying that your chromatography instrument has a 21 CFR, okay, you have audit trails, okay, don't you think that you give a strong indication about the compliance levels? Why you're doing it? Because you want to make sure that people know that whatever you're doing is not manipulated. Let it get applied to every department that follows. Now people are looking at batch records, people look at utilities, people are looking at engineering. Everybody is like trying to automate their activities. And why it happens? Because that is what, you're not looking at this. So people feel comfortable to have the manual ways of working things. So don't restrict yourself. In India, you got a lot of software companies who will help you out. The only thing, you should identify the right partner to make it possible. It's not required that you bring in a very high-file software for that. You have simple, small software features which can be brought in your systems. That will give the confidence to the outside world, to your customers, to your partners, the regulatory agencies, about the way that you are trying to minimize. And if your vendors are doing it, that's the best thing that can happen. Warning letters cited on data entry are on the rise. They're looking at why people are doing it. I mean, I'm sure that all of you look at the observations that are coming up by the regulatory agencies. They're not happy with those kind of things. And why should you do it? Because the system is allowing them to do it. So create that kind of an environment, that kind of infrastructure where it will be minimized as much as possible. And these are not costly. Even though it may cost, I mean, we keep on talking about every time you bring in some new technology, there's always a cost. But these technologies are actually helping you to improve your compliance, and that increased compliance is actually bringing more business for you. So whenever you're trying to convince your management, say that higher compliance is definitely going to increase your business and is not going to minimize any kind of a cost of manufacturing. Everybody talks of return of investment. कि अगर मैं लाऊंगा कितने साल में, इसका कोई रिटर्न ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट ऐसा tangible नहीं होता है. Okay, software implementations or improvisation in your system is not a tangible return of investment. It is a compliance which is increasing, and that will indirectly increase your business opportunities, which is much far bigger than anything else. So look at those opportunities in your system. Weak areas in the vendor qualification. What are the weak areas? Very important to understand. See, vendors supporting the documents. As I said in the beginning, that every time you start looking at the vendor documents and looking at the document, you feel that it is comfortable to have your process. Chemistry process flow stage-wise. You always look at what is the chemistry used. Changes in the process not informed. I'll give an example. Many of you are from the formulation. You may be making the same formulation, same product. The chances are your vendors are also same. If there are 5 customers or 5 formulation companies over here, you must be using the same vendor for your raw material. Okay, what is expected? That the process that he indicates to you that is being used should be common across or given to you, all 4 of you. Okay, I've seen many times some of the people in between, I don't want to name them who, would make changes in the documentation which makes it convenient for that particular manufacturer. Now, the irony and the biggest challenge is when the documents, your documents are filed as a dossier. I hope you understand that. And go to the regulatory agencies. There's 1 or 2 persons or a group of people who are reviewing it. Company A, company B, company C, company D, all making the same product, all using the same vendor. इसका वेंडर का डॉक्यूमेंट एक, इसका वेंडर का डॉक्यूमेंट एक, मटेरियल तो एक ही इस जगह से है, तो हर एक ने अपने अपने हिसाब से वो डॉक्यूमेंट को चेंज किया है. Never do that. Okay, please be careful that these are the changes that are being looked at. And sometimes you might see that sometimes the regulatory agencies would go to the vendors for audit. Why do they go there? They have not filed anything. They do not have any filing. They do not have any FEI number. They have not given a GUDUFA fees or anything. Why they are going? Because they know that the same vendor has given the same material to more than 2 companies with different process documentation. And many times these vendors are not even aware that that has happened from the time they give the documents to the time it is being used for your document purpose. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Okay, not to elaborate more, but be careful that these things should not be done. And that is the biggest challenge for you, that the same vendor supporting multiple generic players. It can be for the country also, for India also. So the vendor documentation should never be tampered. Okay, it's very important to have it, and this will be identified very soon. Inspection the vendors the regulations has become a norm now. Okay, and then उसके पास क्यों गया? वो तो खाली हाइड्रोजनेशन करता है, वो तो खाली एक स्टेप करता है. अरे नहीं, लेकिन तुम्हारा डॉक्यूमेंट और दूसरे का डॉक्यूमेंट चेंज है. तुम्हारा डॉक्यूमेंट लिखा है टोल्विन यूज करता है, उसका डॉक्यूमेंट लिखा है इथाइल एसिड यूज करता है. तुमने अपने कन्वीनियंस के लिए डॉक्यूमेंट चेंज करवाया. So never do that. Okay, and these are the challenges that we face. So it's important that how your data governance is between the human element, the product data, and the general procedures that are followed by the vendor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Desai. To sum it up, he's asked us to focus on organic chemistry, to focus on impurity testing rather than purity testing, and not to run after a 20% reduction in purchase price. I'm sure, sir, the QA QC people will diligently follow it, but the top management and purchase also has to agree with some of the things that you said. So,
is there anybody from procurement team here, supply chain? Okay, please take this message back to your company.
I'll request Shenik Bhai to please present a memento to Dr. Desai as a token of our appreciation. Thank you. We'll now break for lunch. We are running heavily behind schedule, so we'll cut short the time for lunch. We'll reassemble at 2:15. Lunch is at the ground floor. So please join us for lunch and reassemble at 2:15. We'll strictly start the next session at 2:15. Thank you.
Hello, check. Check, check. Hello. Okay. Hello, check. एक मिनट हाँ. कर दो.
Good afternoon. Welcome back from the lunch session. The crowd has thinned. I do not know whether people are still having lunch or whether they have left for the day. But I think we cannot wait any longer because we are running behind schedule. So we'll proceed with the next technical session now. Our next speaker is Dr. B.M. Rao. Dr. B.M. Rao holds a PhD degree in chemistry and has about 33 years of work experience in pharmaceutical analytical R&D and QC functions in reputed organizations including Dr. Reddy's, Janssen Pharma, Novartis, Zydus, Nicholas Piramal and SOL Pharma. During his professional career, he has been recognized for his contributions at work and won many awards, including Chairman's Excellence Award from Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. He has about 80 scientific publications in reputed national and international journals. He is an international speaker on various topics like data integrity, investigations, nitrosamine assessments, and inspection readiness. Since October 22, Dr. B.M. Rao is working as CEO of Q. Associates, Hyderabad, providing consultancy services to various pharmaceutical companies. We are lucky to have him here with us once again, I think because we had him last time also for the revised schedule workshop. And today he's going to talk about vendor qualification of packaging material. Dr. B.M. Rao, please. I think we can welcome him with a large round of applause so that we know you're all awake.
So good afternoon everyone. It's very difficult to do the session. I'm having very good lunch. Thank you Sumit bhai and Shainik bhai for having a good lunch. As usual, excellent hospitality in Gujarat. Thank you. So morning I think the sessions has been covered by the speakers, some of the speakers. They already set the stage for on the vendor qualification. But before I start my presentation, I would like to thank IDMA, Gujarat and also Mr. S.M. Mudda sir, he is not here, he recommended me for, and this opportunity. And also Dr. Rajiv Desai, he is always review my presentation and give a lot of good inputs. Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. So what I am going to cover in the next 40-45 minutes, I will not take 1 hour definitely because time management is critical, is on the two topics. One is on the vendor qualification of the packaging material vendors, and second is on the skip testing or reduced testing. Okay. So agenda, I think vendor qualification introduction very briefly, regulatory guidances. I will be specifically focusing on the revised schedule M and WHO, because as morning the speakers mentioned that our revised schedule M is almost in line with the WHO TRS requirements. Then vendor approval process. How do we do the risk assessment? And material specification and testing, it is my favorite topic because I am core analytical and QC person. Then label management and security, Mudda Sahab also given me some inputs, on the, how do we manage the labels carefully and without having any, mix up and all. Then continuous monitoring and requalification, handling of obsolete materials, key parameters for the packaging material audit, then vendor assessment from the checklist. Then I'll also cover briefly about the reduced or skip testing, which is very, very interesting topic for the industry. So vendor qualification, very briefly, the definition, a systematic process to ensure that suppliers meet the quality and compliance requirements, and integral to maintain the pharmaceutical product safety and regulatory compliance. Because morning we are talking about, why do we do all these things in the pharma? Basically our end objective is patient safety, right? Why it is important? Because as I said, my presentation is only focusing on the packaging materials. So packaging materials to protect the products during the storage, transportation and use, and also they prevent the contamination and degradation of the drug products, okay, the packaging. What are the objectives? Select the vendors who are consistently deliver the high quality packaging materials, ensure that the materials comply with the pharmacopoeia standards and regulatory guidelines, and last but not least, mitigate the risk related to poor quality packaging, right? Then what are the regulatory guidances, driving these, packaging materials? I think WHO GMP guidelines. WHO GMP guidelines mandates the defined process for vendor approval and monitoring. Basically, it focuses on the quality, durability and non-reactivity of the packaging materials. Then our session is more focused on the revised Schedule M of the drugs and cosmetic rules. So covered the specific requirements for the packaging materials for the Indian pharmaceutical sector. Basically, the revised Schedule M focuses mainly on the traceability, labeling controls and material specifications. So this is the broad, 3 areas where our revised Schedule M is specifically focus on this. So what is the key documentation required? Key documentation required is approved suppliers list, then vendor agreements specifying the compliance with GMP and ISO standards. So basically, if I talk about the supplier qualification, it talks about the 3 major steps. Morning, already the earlier speaker set a stage for the vendor qualification process. So perform through thorough audits of the suppliers and facilities and process. It may not be a physical audit only. It can be a desktop audit. Morning, those things were covered. Then review historical data on the material quality and consistency. Because whenever we go with the supplier qualification, we first do a lot of historical data there, how the supplier reliability, those things, and verify the compliance with CGMP and ISO standards. Okay, these are the 3 major steps. And what is the criteria for selection? I think most important criteria, consistency of the quality records. Because even if I am going to get my son married very soon, so I'll also see the history of their family, right? Bridegroom, how is she, unka history kya hai, all those things I'll see. So consistency of the quality records is very, very critical. Then adequate quality control systems capable to provide detailed certificate of analysis, because we rely on the certificate of analysis from the vendors, because we get the COAs, we check all the data. So whatever the data they provide on the COA it should be very, very reliable, right? Because morning Dr. Rajiv also talked about data integrity and all. So we make sure that we believe on the data what they give, the vendors. So it is very, very critical. And major approval, there are 4 steps in the approval process. One is the initial screening. As I mentioned, review the vendor certificate, vendors certifications, example ISO, GMP compliance and quality documents. Then second step is on-site audits, evaluate the production facilities, material handling and quality control system. Third is pilot testing, because I think again my focus is on the packaging materials. Recently, one of my colleagues started the packaging material company in Hyderabad. I know what difficult situation is going. Almost 3 years back he started, but still he is not able to come to the getting good business. He's okay. It may grow in next 1 year or 2 years, because because everybody is asking, you give me samples, I'll do some testing, because any packaging material vendor change, mainly for the US market and all, it requires the trigger and ANDA changes. Like he has to include him as a new vendor, right? So he has to put those packaging materials product in stability. He has to monitor everything, make sure that no new surprises in the new packaging material, mainly the primary packaging materials. So this pilot testing is very, very critical. Conduct the trials with vendors' packaging materials. And last, the fourth step is agreement finalization. Define terms and responsibilities in the technical agreement, because the people also will write the technical agreement, fully cover, what are the responsibilities of the vendor, what are the responsibilities of the buyer, Okay, both will be very well defined. So mainly, one of the example is the vendor selection is, definitely based on the prior compliance history, mainly in the sterile packaging, because I am working also as a consultant to one of the big injectable company in Hyderabad. So they, especially for the sterile packaging, I think the quality history, compliance history is very, very critical when they choose the vendors. Then how they do the risk assessment, suppliers compliance history and previous quality issues, we discussed this, and potential for material contamination or non-conformance, and delivery timelines and reliability. These are the three factors, risk factors they see. How do you mitigate the risk factors? So basically, whenever we do the categorization, categorize the vendors into low, medium and high risk based performance. Then increase the audit frequency of the high risk suppliers. Because if you are getting the many supplies, frequently, the audit frequency will be more. Otherwise, it will be less. So it depends on how do you define your audit frequency and how the quality unit approves the audit frequency. And very, very important is to maintain the detailed, records of the vendor evaluations. So most important for the packaging materials, the key specifications, which covers the durability. So how the materials will withstand with the mechanical stress during transportation. Because whenever we change certain packaging materials, I think transport validation is very, very critical. So this slide talks about, key specification and chemical inertness, no interaction with the pharmaceutical product. So you all know that when you do the packaging material selection, I think very, very critical is the, durability, and also people will do, I am not covered in detail, but people will do extractable and leachable study, which is very, very expensive, because each study costing 30 to 40 lakhs. A lot of third parties are doing this E&L study. So basically, extractable and leachable study will know that how the packaging material, whether it has an interaction with the drug product, those things will be surfaced in the E&L study, which is very, very critical for the injectable products mainly. Then compliance, conformance to the standards in Pharmacopoeia, either it could be IP, USP or whatever the Pharmacopoeia. Then testing requirements, initial lot testing for the new vendors, because every company will define their policy. My friend Prabir is here, he will talk anyway. Like whenever quality will choose, quality will decide, right? For example, if he is the new vendor, how many lots I have to test initially? I have to test 3 lots, 5 lots, that will be initially decided. So that depends on various factors like reliability of the vendors, right? Compliance history, those things, Then periodic testing for approved vendors to ensure consistent quality. Later, once the confidence built up, then we can go with the periodic testing. What is the common challenges in the label management? I think one is the unauthorized access to printing labels. Once the labels are printed, there should not be unauthorized, access. Second is the mix-up during the production. This is the big challenge, okay, in the pharmaceutical industry. And very, very important, lack of control in the pests at the premises of the vendors. There is no pest control, activities at the, packaging material vendor site, So then what happens? That led it, some of the times, you get a dead insects in the packaging material. Then those packaging material will be used for the packaging of the drug products. Then we'll get a complaints many times, we got a dead insect, it is coming from the, drug product or in the packaging material. So this is the one of the big challenge, So I think whenever, you go with the vendor qualification to the vendor side for the packaging material, I think the third point is very, very critical to cover and monitor, right? So I talked about challenges, but what are the best practices, Best practices are use serialized label to ensure the traceability. So if you want to have the proper traceability, today we have a lot of digital tools, how I can do the, serialization. So serialization, I think industry is using very much. It is just like a barcode, you know, where you can really have a control on the labels, you know, to avoid the mix-up and all. Then implement the label reconciliation system, you know. So there will be reconciliation of the labels. Then secure storage areas for printed labels with restricted access. So access will be very much controlled by the quality unit, site quality unit. So people will not be allowed. Last but very, very important, pest control measures at the vendor. So I talked about this one, what is the impact. So adequate pest control is very, very critical. And how do we do the continuous monitoring and requalification? Monitoring activities track the vendor performance using key performance indicators. Morning Dr. Raji was talking about KPIs, right? So such as defect rate and on-time delivery. So I got 50 lots this year. What is my defect rate, right? So and you know how is the on-time delivery of the vendor? So this is the one of the monitoring parameter, and conduct regular reviews of the supplier documentation. So I will be reviewing the document very regularly to ensure their reliability and there is no integrity issues, right? Then requalification triggers. When the requalification of the vendor triggers, is requalification triggers any change in the supplier process or materials, because I will be continuously taking from their document if there is any change in their process of the packaging material manufacturing. So I have to, as a quality unit, I have to monitor that, and I have to make sure that requalification need to be triggered. Then any instant of non-compliance or quality issues. So those vendors are being audited by any regulatory agencies. So they identified something. Then it is your responsibility as your company quality unit. You go to that vendor and again you do your due diligence, because that is one of the pain area today, because we qualify the vendors, not only packaging, any other vendors. Those sites, our FDA or any other sites will, inspector will make any objectionable, citations. Then it is going to be pain for the quality unit, because it triggers the requalification. So example is requalifying the vendors after they implement the new sterilization process for the packaging material. Suppose any packaging material which requires the sterilization process, if they implemented the new sterilization process, it triggers for the requalification. How do we handle the obsolete materials, right? So what are the challenges? Risk of outdated packaging materials being accidentally used. This is one of the big challenge in the industry, because many times we find in the manufacturing areas the obsoleted packaging materials. So there is no proper quality oversight at the site, and storage space occupied by the obsolete stock, because unnecessary stocks are there. There will be there is no place for the fresh stocks. Potential solutions: segregate and label obsolete materials, establish the destruction protocols, and maintain the disposable records. We will have a proper protocol for the obsolete label destruction, then followed by the maintaining of the records, for that. And use automated inventory system to flag out outdated materials, because I use some system, either it could be digital electronic system, make sure that it will flash, if your labels are getting outdated, then it will automatically flash, and I can make sure that I will remove the labels from the production system, right? So what are the major type of packaging material we will talk is 4 types. One is the rubber. Morning, some of the speakers talked about this butyl rubber, nitrile rubber and all, etc. And then glass, type 1, type 2, type 3 and type 4, plastic and metal. So these are the broadly the 4 type of packaging materials people will be using. So key parameters, what are the key parameters of the packaging component audit? So prior to the audit, develop an understanding of the vendor manufacturing process specific to the company requirements. So this already morning it was discussed, very briefly I will cover. And what are the company, what type of components they manufacture, we take all the list. Review the rejections, complaint rate of the receiving site, and what is the status, current status on that, quality agreement, and any relevant registration documents, because I am filing my product for the particular market. So whether the registration documents are existing sufficiently or not. And review the compliance status by checking the service history, recall associated with this site, and recent regulatory inspection. So I talked about the recent regulatory inspections, because one of the big challenge for any vendor is if he has been audited by any regulatory agencies and if they flagged any red flags, then immediately I will get, quality unit will get attention, because I have seen in my experience, some company, I have cleared the audit, but some FDA has visited and they raised up red flags, they got a warning letter or something, right? Serious 483s. Then obviously it is my responsibility to go and again check everything, So the same thing I have, I have mentioned here. Then during the audit, if I go to the packaging material vendor audit, so the first thing is perform the walkthrough of the manufacturing area, then ensure the production areas are clean and tidy, ensure the fabric is in good condition and appropriate design control of the process. Then during the packaging materials manufacturing also, people who use a lot of chemicals, and other reagents and all, detergents, whatever it is, make sure that they are secured, and safely stored, properly labeled, and all the reconciliation, accountability of those materials are in place. Then, so packaging is stored to prevent cross contamination. We talked about the mix up of the packaging materials at the production, right? Label mix up. Any rejected or on hold materials are clearly identified and separated from the materials. So these are the things we'll look into that one. Then this is the vendor assessment checklist. Okay. Anyway, I am sure Shainik Bhai will or Sumit Bhai will share this presentation with all the participants. Okay. So this is the vendor assessment checklist for the packaging materials. So you can see details here. I will not go through each and every line. Then similarly, as per the GMP guidance, right? Morning, Dr. Raji talked about ICH Q7, right? In the similar way, we have the checklist here. Personnel, or whether the personnel working in the packaging company, whether they have regular trainings, whether they have sufficient training records, whether they have good manufacturing practices they follow, or the people working in the production and warehouse are free from any diseases, wounds, those things will be checked, even in the packaging. Same way in the premises, whether the premises are in the clean state, all the areas of they are clearly identified, those things. This is the general checklist. And you can see machines and equipment, what are the things will be there. So whatever the machines used in the manufacturing of the packaging materials are, whether the equipment placed properly, those equipments are calibrated from time to time, right? And they have preventive maintenance schedule. It is very, very similar to any other manufacturing, like, if we have the API manufacturing, vendor checklist, like that only for packaging materials also, these checkpoints have been, given. Then production area, there are multiple points are there, okay. So these are the, vendor assessment checklist. So I go to the assessment of the packaging material side, then I'll go through with these forms, okay. This is just my points, maybe something maybe you can skip or something you can add, depending on the type of the vendor you are about to qualify. So last important is quality system, whether they have, for example, each lot of product or packaging material checked before the release, because their responsibility is to check and each and every lot and provide the COA. Then our specifications are for the each product is available, whatever the in-process checks are available, all those checkpoints are there. Then whether they have the proper AHU system, system in place to handle hazardous and toxic materials. So this is some of the checklist, elaborate checklist, but it can be customized, depending on the type of the, vendor you are auditing. So this is the new vendor approved, process. Purchase department will allocate, because morning already talked about this. I will not go into details because morning I saw some flow chart has been presented. How do you qualify the new vendors, right? Vendor qualification. So purchase department responsibility is to identify the new vendor and what type of materials we are going to buy, whether he is the existing vendor or the new vendor. So this slide is talking about the new vendor. For printed and packaging materials, vendor audit is performed by the representative of purchase department along with the quality person. So generally for the audit, both along with the quality, purchase person also will accompany the audit. Then samples of printed packaging materials will be submitted to QA department for the evaluation. Then purchase department, after studying the components of the comments from the QA, then appropriate decision will be taken. Then other important thing is capability of the vendor to supply the required material within the specified period, delivery schedules in order to not to affect the production cycle. So all the suppliers evaluated by R&D department based on the process product development parameter shall be considered as temporary vendors and will be included in the temporary approved vendor list. Okay. So this is the procedure for the inclusion of the new vendor in the vendor list. Okay, just to summarize on the packaging material vendor qualification. Vendor qualification is crucial for ensuring the quality of the packaging material. Then it involves the systematic approval process. We talked about the process and what is the risk assessment and how do we do the ongoing monitoring, right? Then develop a robust vendor management system aligned with the regulatory requirements, foster the partnership with vendors for continual quality improvement, because it will not happen in the overnight, because it quality stalwarts are here, so they know that they will be continuously working with the vendor. It is not like a one time job, it will be like a working very hand in hand regularly, right? We will communicate, the quality will communicate to the vendor good and bad very equally during the audits, right? Then the partnership will definitely improve, the overall quality improvement will happen over the period of time. Then my second topic today is on the reduced testing and skip testing. So as per the revised Schedule M. What is reduced testing? Reduced testing is a practice of limiting in-house testing for materials based on the validated certificate of analysis from reliable suppliers. I think you have to understand these words. From the validated certificate of analysis means I am giving a number of test methods or with the results on the certificate of analysis. What is validated? So whatever the results I have published on the COA are reliable, accurate, okay, and I can believe those results, because all the methods have been validated sufficiently and my results are derived from the validated methods. So that's what the validated certificate of analysis. And from the reliable suppliers means supplier reliability, we talked about it in the previous slides. And why to implement the testing? Optimize the testing resources without compromising on the quality. Very important. Because my objective of my reduced testing is not to compromise on the quality. So I need to have, morning also some of the speakers talked about gathering the certificate of analysis, gathering the statistical data, right? Morning other speaker talked about it. And also it is important to reduce the repetitive testing of materials with consistent performance, right? What are the objectives? As a company, I will establish the clear criteria for the reduced testing. So what is my reduced testing, for what materials, right? I will decide. So we will talk about in the next slide what type of materials will undergo the reduced testing. While we maintain the regulatory compliance, I think it is also important to improve the efficiency. Because many times in the manufacturing, people will talk about, bar, you are talking about quality only, but productivity is also important. Yes, it is also important. Productivity and quality should go hand to hand, because we all has to get a salaries from the company, so productivity also important. Just quality and productivity should be balanced. Schedule M provisions, if you see our revised Schedule M, it emphasizes on the supplier audits and statistical validation data from the COAs. So I have the host of data from COAs, I will do proper statistical evaluation before I take a decision on the reduced testing. And my proposal will be given to the site quality. Site quality has to review the data and they have to accept it, right? Otherwise I cannot simply go with the reduced testing. Then WHO GMP guidelines permit the reduced testing based on the supplier reliability and COA validation. So basically, if you see about revised Schedule M or the WHO GMP, everything they will talk about broadly the same language. Maybe the statements may be slightly different. Importance, aligning the reduced testing practices with global and local standards to ensure the regulatory compliance. Ultimately, I have to comply with the requirement. Tomorrow, any auditor come to my site, on what basis you are doing reduced testing or skip testing, I should be able to convince them, right, with my documentation and statistical data, what I what approach I followed to go with the reduced testing. What are the general requirements? Any material received for the qualification of the vendor shall be tested for all test parameters along with the complete specification. For example, I got a material from the new vendor, even though I receive the COA, I test full testing. That can be 3 lots, 5 lots, that depending on the how the quality unit decide of the respective site. Then any material selected for the reduction testing will be selected for some identified test parameters. So I have 10 tests in the COA. I may say that I will be selecting only 3 tests or 4 tests, okay. So that is, that decision again, it depends on the statistical evaluation, reliability of the supplier service, we talked about it, right. Then test parameters which are under the reduced testing shall be mentioned in the remarks column of the COA. So when I publish my COA, I will say that very clearly, out of 10 tests, 3 tests, 7 tests I have skipped, 3 tests only I have analyzed. So I will write my analysis data for 3 tests, remaining all the columns I will fill, I have taken from the COA of the vendor, okay. So in the remarks column I will fill it, otherwise tomorrow some regulator is reviewing, you do not know which test you have done in-house, which test you have done in the, from the vendor, okay, taken from the vendor COA. So where it is, when it is applicable, establish the suppliers with a reliable performance record, we talked about it. Materials with low risk of variability such as inactive excipients, we talked, we never do the skip testing on the APIs, okay. We only do the skip testing on the inactive excipients. And so I mentioned what are the exclusions. Exclusions are critical materials like APIs or sterile components. I am not supposed to take any skip testing, right. Because many times many people will try to, mere paas ye instrument nahi hai, I want to do the skip testing and take from the supplier COA, that is not acceptable approach. If you don't have an instrument, you can give in the same sample in the contract lab, validate the qualify the contract lab and get the testing done from the contract lab. But testing is mandatory for the active materials. And one more exclusion is new suppliers or materials with a history of quality deviations. So during your vendor audit, if you find many quality deviations with that particular vendor, then you cannot justify their materials under reduced testing. This is also one important exclusion. So reduced testing process for the packaging materials, if vendor confirms the COA stating that it meets the requirements as per the spec, 5 to 10 batches test data for the primary packaging materials. Okay, this is my view. So don't take this as a Bhagavad Gita or something, but definitely it depends on the how your site quality will have a discussion based on the history how they will accept this, right. And 3 to 5 batches for secondary and tertiary packaging materials shall be reviewed and proposed for the reduced testing. So what is the role of quality control? Quality control shall propose the reduced testing. Site QA under vendor quality team shall perform the vendor assessment. Once it is satisfactory vendor assessment, QA shall approve or reject the proposal, right. So there is a proper process shall be followed. So how do we adopt the reduced testing procedure? Quality control is to update the list of materials under reduced testing and adopt the reduced testing procedure after approval of the site quality. Okay, QC will prepare, and give it to the site quality. So I have 10 materials, these 10 materials are, we are planning under the reduced testing. So what test I am going to do in-house and what test results I am going to adopt from the vendor COA. Those documents will be provided with proper justification to QA. Once after the QA approval only, that will be implemented. Then testing requirements, recommended test parameters will be performed. So there are certain parameters you can choose for primary packaging materials, secondary packaging material, what test I will do, what test I can take from the vendor COA, what test I will do in-house. But again, all these test selection will be based on the quality risk assessment. So we always talked about QRM. Prabir's favorite point maybe QRM, right? This is a very, very favorite word in the industry, quality risk management, right? So ICH Q9. So we talk about always quality risk management. We do the proper risk assessment, then only we will arrive at the plan. How do you validate the reduced testing? Compare the COA results with in-house test data over multiple batches. So I tested 5 to 10 batches. Okay, I will compare what are the results received from the vendor, how are my results. Whether the results are significantly varying, whether they are really close, So that is also one of the qualifying parameter, because sometimes vendor results and our results will never match, Even though the specification, within the specification, for example, 92 to 110%, right? I get 92%, vendor will get 104%. Then there is some challenge. Okay, so those type of things we'll consider. And conduct risk assessment to ensure the reduced testing approach is justifiable. So we do the risk assessment. I talked about QRM. okay, whatever, whether the reduced testing is justified. So, periodically revalidate the COAs by random sample of incoming materials. It is also, I may do reduced testing, but every 20th batch, 30th batch, or 40th batch, or 50th batch, I will divide the frequency. I will do at least full testing of one batch. That frequency I will decide along with my quality unit, whether it could be once in 20, once in 30, once in 50. That decision will be taken together with the quality. So, here the general thing is primary, secondary printed cartons, for example, packaging materials perform the complete testing for one batch per year or every 50th lot per batch. This is just only a recommendation, but again it depends on the how you do the risk assessment and how do you do the approval from the quality unit based on the data. How do you do the reassessment of the materials? So, once major changes in the specification and methods. If there is any major changes in the material specification and methods, we do the reassessment. Major changes in the manufacturing process of packaging materials. So, if the packaging material vendor has notified you that he has changed the major changes in the processing, manufacturing process, it calls for the reassessment. Confirmed OOS results, material supplied by vendor. I have received the vendor, I have tested, I got the out of spec result. Then, but they are giving the passing results. So, that triggers the reassessment. If the vendor received the import alert, warning letter, etc., I talked about this, right. So, vendor you have qualified, but vendor received some red flags during their any regulatory inspection. So, that definitely calls for the reassessment. So, finished product rejection. So, my finished product got rejected because of the primary packaging material. Then it is a big problem. Then that is also calls for the reassessment. So, to suppose if you want to resume back the reduced testing, at least you have to perform 3 to 5 batches again after the reassessment. Then you have to analysis after implementation of the change, after elimination of the cause in case of OOS. For example, I got a batch, vendor has passed, but I got a OOS. Then I have to do the proper assessment. Then next immediately you will not apply the reduced testing, you will again test 3 to 5 batches, then only once you build the confidence again you will go for the reduced testing. So, what are the potential risks? Quality drift over the time of the previously reliable suppliers. I thought my suppliers are very reliable and robust, but there is a quality drift I can see. Sometimes I am getting passing results, sometimes failing results, right. Then those cases you have to keep an eye on those cases. Then undetected quality defects in high risk materials. And how do you mitigate? Define the threshold for the reverting to full testing. So, your SOP also, company SOP says, under what circumstances I will go back to the full testing, right. Definitely that SOP will be properly written, reviewed by the quality unit and approved, right. And use spot checks and statistical sampling to validate the supplier consistency, because it is our responsibility to also, make sure that the supplier giving the reliable quality with a in a consistent manner. Okay. Documentation and reporting, essential records, COA validation logs, supplier audit reports, risk assessment and SOPs for reduced testing protocols. What is WHO is recommending? Ensure all decisions regarding reduced testing are well documented. So, I need to document very well what basis I have opted for the reduced testing. So, that will be signed by QA. So, tomorrow any inspection, those documents will be verified by the regulatory inspectors. Benefits of reduced testing, efficiency, streamline the process of reduced testing, cost savings, minimize the resources for routine material testing, because I am using the same resources which I am using for the low active excipients, I will use for the some active materials, So, my manpower, optimization or resource utilization will be excellent, right. So, as I mentioned, companies also want productivity and quality, you have to balance, especially in the generic industry, we have many challenges, right. We have to balance both. Today, if you see in companies, lot of pain, I don't want to name the companies, lot of manpower reduction is going on in some big companies, right. Always, talk optimization of the manpower, optimization, okay, these things are going on. So, efficiency is also important, right. So, and focus on high risk areas, allow greater focus on the testing critical materials and components. So, if you find any time the material is going to be very, very critical or you are getting any market complaints, I think you need to reassess those cases, specific cases. Conclusion, reduced testing is a valuable strategy when applied with proper validation and monitoring. Again and again I am telling. Reduced testing means it is not a just a having a pleasure of doing reduced testing, but you have to understand the pains if anything goes wrong. It optimizes resources using while maintaining the compliance. Definitely resources shall be optimized if you adopt to the reduced testing, but it is your responsibility to maintain the compliance. Implement reduced testing based on the well-defined criteria and regulatory guidance again and again. So what is your criteria for reduced testing? It should be, we talked about it, we have to well documented, you should have a proper rationale and justification which is approved by the quality unit. Build robust supplier relationship to support this strategy, because last important is you need to work with the vendor very closely to make sure that my reduced testing strategy is working well. So vendor also should, you should have that, build the robust relation and system. Suppose vendor should able to tell you also, I am changing the processes and all. If they give any shocks, we will get a shocks again, unknowingly or knowingly. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. That was a very comprehensive and practical approach to vendor validation for packaging material, especially that I think the vendor assessment checklist that you shared, that's a very practical approach. Such drafts help especially the SMEs in their journey for revised schedule and compliance. The second half was a bit dangerous, Dr. Rao, because some of the participants maybe after a heavy lunch might be slightly sleepy and they may take home a message, just skip testing. So I will share the entire presentation with whoever is interested. Please go through the whole presentation and don't just skip testing, So I'll yes, take a very cautious call. I'll request Deep Bhai to present a memento to Dr. Rao. Our next technical session is on desktop audit of suppliers of starting packing materials and qualification of auditors. We have Mr. Prabir Kumar Pal to take this session for us. Mr. Prabir Kumar Pal is the Senior Vice President of Quality and Compliance at Alchem Laboratories Limited, Mumbai, with over 25 years of experience in the pharmaceutical industry. He has worked with renowned companies such as Alchem, Vocart and Ranbaxy. He is adept at managing regulatory inspections by agencies including the US FDA, MHRA, TGA, WHO, among others. Mr. Pal has successfully led the remediation of OAI status and has extensive expertise in regulatory affairs, CGMP, GCP, JLP, data integrity, QMS development and business process re-engineering. He holds a master's degree in pharmacy from Jadavpur University, Kolkata. So, Mr. Pal, if you can take over.
इसको उसमें लगा सकता है उससे चलेगा वैसे
Good evening. I'm second up, as doctor was saying, it is going to be tough. Very, very tough. I mean, after the first session and between the next one, which is the end of it, so probably will be difficult. I mean, I'll try my best to keep you awake. I mean, before going to this topic, I mean, this is a topic on auditors, right? Auditors qualification. I mean, I'd like to understand in this house, how many of you have experience of auditing? I mean, I'm not talking about CDSCO or FDA personnel here. They are doing audit. Wow, great number. Very good. So, I mean, I think my topic will be listened properly, at least to a bigger extent. So, I'll run through this topic, which is kind of theoretical, but I'll talk a little bit of practical sense of it, which are really making relation in terms of what actually our intent is. I mean, we are discussing and listening a lot of things about audit, which is related to our intent of qualification of vendors, which is specifically for raw materials, that is API, excipient, as well as packing materials. And why you are doing so? We are qualifying them for getting a reliable and compliant source, right? So responsibility of an auditor is really important in that sense. So I'll run through quickly. I mean, let's not look at it. I mean, it is a standard disclaimer from my company, so that's why I kept it. Topics I'll just skip, but we'll go through and then discuss in between. But in the context of what is the scenario of current situation where pharmaceutical companies are expected to do, regulatory agency expect pharma grade raw material and packaging material, which is approved or qualified to get that confidence of reliability of its supplies. And this is the term used in revised Schedule M. And some of the discussions which we had today talked about must requirement in terms of the responsibility of a manufacturer. And as a manufacturer, what I need to do, right? That is one aspect of it. Second aspect, what we have seen with our experience. I mean, those who have audited, have you ever been to China? Any experience of auditing Chinese facility? No. Anyway, I mean, that doesn't matter, but I can share you some experience of going there wherein the facility is not existed. And we got that site address, we went there, nothing is there. I mean, think about the supply from where it is coming. When we are going there, we are getting that sense that it is not there. We are directed to other place. We could see a facility which is never manufactured that particular item. I mean, this is the reality. I mean, that's what industry experienced. Another experience which we have seen, a facility is not manufacturing that product, but documenting that product as a manufacturing process, creating batch records and everything. And these are our experiences which are talking about how reliable they are in terms of supplying. And that doesn't mean everybody is bad. I mean, there are good suppliers also. Another experience which we have seen, I mean, which we have discussed today about EG and PEG, DEG, contamination, by which we got several devastating situations for cup syrups, and that's why the new regulations are coming in picture. And melamine contamination in heparin is another one, which is the big blow for industry. So those issues are actually directing towards the sensitivity of a vendor qualification, vendor audit, how important it is. That's the kind of background which I want to sensitize the team here, or group here. Now let's talk about audit. these are all ISO 19011 terminology which I have captured. It's a systematic, independent, and documented process for obtaining objective evidence and evaluating it objectively to determine the extent to which the audit criteria are fulfilled, meaning that what is our intention is fulfilled, right? And an audit is associated with the formal or methodological examination, reviewing, investigation of an investigation of a particular product, services, and the system, right? So who is the auditor? The person who is doing those activities, they are called auditor, right? The competence of the auditor is very important to assure the objectivity of that audit is getting fulfilled, right? And GMP audits are essential tool for ensuring quality and compliance in the pharmaceutical industry. And they help identify potential problem, as I was talking about, issues like facility non-existence, and ensure that pharmaceutical products are safe for the patient who are consuming it, right? But how much time an auditor gets to assess the documentation, facility, and other stuff? I mean, those who have audited, how much time you get? How many days you get for auditing it? 1 day? 1 day? Half a day? And 1 day, I mean, you go there, you get a presentation, 1 hour presentation, then that's the reality, right? How much you can cover with that short span of time, right? And that's the reality, and that's what we are facing, situations and issues, right? And that's why it is essential for auditor to get qualification done through experience, through knowledge, through understanding, and that's what that sharpness has to be there, somebody who is auditing, to catch hold of those issues. Qualification program should cover technical behavior and communication skills to ensure that auditors are effectively audit and communicate the findings to the auditing firm, right? The activity is intending to make sure that patients are safe and they are getting the product which is consumed is of quality. It also ensures the trust, right? If you have a good vendor you have identified and you know that they are good, then you also get that understanding that they are good vendor, contrasting the other aspect of it. It also helps you to mitigate the risk. We talked about resilience, we talked about supply issues. If we have a good audit done, good vendor qualification done, and by which we know that these are a good supplier, we get that assurance, and by virtue of which we are mitigating the risk. We maintain our quality systems. We know that for sure the vendor which we have selected, they are good quality suppliers, right? Therefore, the competence and evaluation of the auditors are very important with their necessary qualifications assessed, specifically for education, experience, training, and certifications. Auditors should have attributes like proper educational qualification. I'll talk about it in subsequent slides. GMP and regulatory knowledge, which is very important. We are going for auditing something and we don't know GMP of it, then what are we looking for, right? Practical experience. I mean, many things are coming in picture, and I can give you one example. And we have, continuous auditing of a facility almost like 5 to 7 times. Everything is good, clean, through the audit stages, whatever we have performed. But when we turn back to that facility with a surprised state, I mean, we appeared suddenly, you see differences. So that's what the experience comes in picture, and then accordingly you tweak your way of auditing it. Then auditing skill. I mean, not everyone is having the same skill of identifying issues, right? One person will have something, another person will have something. One person can be good at QC, one person could be good at manufacturing or engineering. So what are the educational qualifications one auditor should have? I mean, we are in pharma. I mean, audit is actually applicable to everywhere, including internal audit for financing. But if you look at for pharma, generally we look at, from Indian context, we expect somebody to have a bachelor degree at least in pharmaceutical sciences or chemistry, biology, or equivalent. But those are the days when we only content with these experiences. I don't know how many of you are engineers from here, engineering background, auditing the facilities. Probably no. But today we are handling a lot of IT/OT stuff, right, in our operation. We are operating with HMI. We are operating with sophisticated equipments. We are operating with HMI, which is automatically running it. But until unless we know that engineering on it, and associated utilities also require some kind of engineering technology, right? Understanding about them. So sometime to identify or audit those areas, we need to have somebody who is having special education or background, like engineers. And that's what the changes we are seeing. I mean, in my team, at least we have some engineers who are auditing. And that's the paradigm shift happening there, right? So, is technical knowledge is the key competence of an auditor? What is your answer? Yes? But I have seen, I mean, this is the fact that diverse technical background, one without any science background, I mean, I know FDA audit, you know probably, I mean, I'm not naming them, most of the FDA auditors are not science background. Not in Indian FDA I'm talking. Indian FDA requires a pharmacy must, right? It's FDA, US FDA, they're coming from different background altogether. There are investigators who are specialized in crime investigations. They are auditing facility. So it's not necessary to have technical knowledge like science background always for an auditor to be auditing a facility, right? So let's talk about what are the basic things we need to have in auditors, knowledge. These are the two basic things required. Basic I'm talking about. CGMP, which is the core understanding, core factors which the auditor should drive while auditing a facility for API or excipients or packaging material. Another one is regulatory. Regulatory is very key here because if we don't know this, as we are talking about Q7, which is talking about that intermediate facility or KSM facility or a raw material facility. In API terminology, we have different understanding, right? Sometimes we call intermediate, which is almost like in a final API, a step before. But if we are auditing that, then we need to be very cautious. We need to be with a very strength to understand them, with a real focus on them. Compared to the facility which is manufacturing a very early stage of a API production, which is like molecule is not formed. There we may not have to focus there. So that's why it is very important for us to understand the regulation of it and also the focus of it, which is driving that audit. Therefore, and the second part of it is the technical experience and training. What we expect, pharmaceutical industry experience is one which is needed for an auditor to be survive and perform effectively. Working experience in shop floor is very important. I mean, without knowing operating at the desk is difficult. Somebody who has experience in shop floor or in development lab or in manufacturing probably will be able to figure out and envisage what could be the issues what is the real process of it, and then give him or her the clear picture about the audit. What is the target of it, right? Prior experience with auditing is well accepted phenomena, and that's what we look for. Somebody is having background of auditing is the recognized fact, and then preferred over many other areas. Training on auditing is very important. I mean, before sending somebody for auditing, we need to have a proper training. I think regulatory folks also probably doing the same, and it's a regular phenomenon, which I'll be talking in my next slides. Investigational skill. I mean, most of the audits, if you go through, there are investigation involved in it. I mean, this is one of the things probably we missed most of the time which we are selecting an auditor. If this skill is missing, then probably we'll be missing many things. The dynamics of current auditing is related to OS investigation or any kind of investigation, which we need to really drive down to understand it, right? So auditing skill also needed with focus, detailed analytical mindset, effective communication, problem-solving ability, intrapersonal skill, ethical integrity, investigational technique, which I already have talked about. This is about personal behavior. I mean, an auditor is having a lot of, strength, right? A lot of things with him to showcase himself or herself to be an auditor, right? Do we really have that authority to do that, or have that opportunity to do that? I'm there, I need this. You are not able to do it. Will you be able to successfully make that audit cleared or practically sensible? Otherwise, we'll be jumping on the table. I need this. Why you are not bringing? I mean, reality of it is that we are seeing it. We have seen variance in terms of auditors. I mean, not only in our scenarios, we have seen FDA auditors also. Some of the auditors are so demanding, so much pushing, and you will be like, what are you doing? What are you expecting out of me? As an auditee, you will see, what is he? I mean, he or she is expecting out of us, right? That's the reality. I mean, that's why we are seeing variability. But in a general term, if we see ethical behavior of a person who is auditing is required to have certain characteristics, certain features, certain trait on it, like ethical mindset, open-minded to accept and deliver. I mean, diplomatic, conversant, perceptive, versatile, tenacious, deceive, self-reliant, able to act with fortitude, open to improvement. I mean, that is also very important. Culturally sensitive and collaborative. I mean, if you go to audit China, you need to understand their, I mean, sometimes, I mean, one experience of it is that, and I was there, I mean, one of the persons actually offered a cigarette. I don't smoke. I mean, that was often for them, not accepting the cigarette. I mean, that's the culture they have. But at least, we are a foreigner, that's why we could realize it, I mean, later on, and they also explained it, henceforth, please take it. Don't smoke, that's fine, but at least take it. I mean, that's what you need to adapt it, right? We need to have. It should be diplomatic. These are very important for an auditor. I mean, otherwise, I have seen with my team, when they're, auditing facilities, I mean, somebody is coming, sir, this is the problem, I'm not able to audit this facility, and they're ridiculous, they will not be supporting me. I mean, that's not the way we should, I mean, we cannot afford to have that, right? So we have to have that balancing characteristics which will give you that quality, which will give you that, sense to fetch out the sense of auditing. Your intention is to get the real issue popped out. It may be good or bad, right? You are looking for something to find out, right? Whether the facility or the manufacturer is good or bad. These are the two things, black and white. To get to that conclusion, you need to get the information. You need to fetch out the understanding of their capability, their system, their processes. Until unless you have this personal behavior right, you will not be able to get it. And besides that, you also need to understand the auditing skill, auditing process. I mean, you may be there with an intent to figure out very deep into a process, but you will want to be able to manage the time. And one day time, you said it, right? One day with management is very difficult. Getting the entire sense, you have to, how many quality systems generally audit? For a vendor? One day, you said? How many systems? There are 6 systems, right? How many systems you generally target? All 6? One day? Very, 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 very difficult, right? So that's why you need to be very well planned and yourself very meticulous about your target. And that's why you have to be with a risk-based approach. If you go with risk-based approach, you probably will be able to successfully do that. And I will talk in my next topic, that is desktop audit, which will be more of risk understanding before even deciding whether an audit is needed or not. Plan and organize, that is very important. You cannot just simply go and show off to a facility for auditing. You need to plan in advance. You need to gather information about their site master file, their facility, their manpower, their capability, history, all those things you can figure out, which is available, which you can pull out beforehand. That planning is very important for targeting the right area for auditing. Prioritize and focus, which is again a part of planning. Then communicate effectively. Collect information through effective interviewing, listening, observing, and reviewing. And if we stand with that mindset, which is like, then you will be blocking your ears. But if you open your eyes and ears, clearly, you will be able to figure out. And I know one of the auditors, ex-FDA now, he was talking about it. They observe more than they talk. They listen more than they are talking or they are actually discussing. And that's the quality which helps them a lot. And that's why they are groomed up, they are trained. If we can inculcate that capability, it will make us different, successful, competitive, sharp, all those terminology will be in picture. Listening and observation is the key factor for an auditor. Understand appropriateness and consequences of using sampling technique. As I started with, it's a very small portion of the activities which we will be able to figure out, right? We will not be able to see many things. You have to prioritize and understand which is actually the one which is appropriate for me to sample. Understand and consider technical experts' opinion. I may not be right there. I am there. You call the technical expert. ये हुआ है, क्या करना है? I'm not getting it. You will immediately get some input about it. ये भी होता है ना, आप audit करते करते आप एक जगह पे अटक गए, आप क्या करना है? You seek help from your experts, right? Audit process has to finish. You are starting it, you have to finish it. You cannot, make an abandoning situation. आप afford नहीं कर सकते हो. Verify the relevance of the accuracy of collected information. This is very important because you have to write a report, you have to make the things on solid, concrete manner, right? Confirm the sufficiency and appropriateness of the audit evidence to support that audit findings. And if you have seen one data integrity issue, you have to prove it, right? And that's the bigger challenge for an auditor. Those who are auditing, if you are coming without an evidence, you will be falling flat. You probably will be getting a sense that what you have collected, probably you will be forced to drop that observation if you are not collecting the evidence. Assess those factors that may affect the reliability of the audit findings and conclusions. Document it. That's very important. And maintain confidentiality. It is very important for anybody to do that. I mean, you probably doing multiple audits at different sites. You cannot mingle up between sites. I mean, I have seen one audit report, I mean, FDA audit report with somebody else's observation in it, written in it. I mean, it's a mistake. We cannot afford to have that thing, right? It's a confidential information. So auditors are there. I mean, how auditors can get their competencies. We are talking about what are the required qualities. Now, if we look at it, we need to have that competencies built in it. We need to have successful training program related to the behavioral and audit process. These are the two factors are generic, right? These generic characteristics is needed, which generally we are not talking about in pharmaceutical industry. Obviously, in regulatory inspection done by CDSCO and FDA, they have very structured phenomena wherein they do all training before sending any auditors to field. But it is not there probably at pharmaceutical industry who are doing audit, especially CQA, QA, going to audit. I mean, I can see very young people going there for audit. I mean, probably having no background of it. Right? So that's the training and capability building in terms of generic qualities. Then experience related to the technical, managerial, or professional position involving the exercise of judgment, right? Decision making, problem solving, and communication. These are very important. Judgment, if you cannot make at the time of audit, it's going to be a very big problem for you at times, right? Decision making is one, because you are alone there or probably with one of your colleagues, right? Two of you need to make that decision. ये क्या है? ये ऐसा है कि दूसरा कुछ है इसके अंदर. Education or training and experience in a specific discipline, that probably like engineering, QC, development, or manufacturing. Audit experience, which is very important, those who have are experienced people. So these are the 4 criteria which we need to seek before, getting that competence. So we need to understand whether we have these or not. If not, then let's get them acquired. And then in a management term, I mean, who are handling the audits or from a perspective of handling it, we need to understand a criteria which we need to fulfill for an auditor to be qualified, right? So what are those criteria? We need to have a demonstrated behavior, knowledge, and performance of the skills, demonstrated I'm talking about, in training or in the workplace. This is qualitative behaviors. Another matter which we need to look at is the quantitative one, which can be through years of experience, number of audit conducted, or hours of audit training. These are the numerical values which we can define for putting a criteria for it, right? Do you have a audit qualification program in your system? How many of you have? Very few. Very few compared to those who are auditing. Please look at it. You need to have it. If you don't have it, you probably will be sending a people or person who is not qualified enough to do the audit. And selecting appropriate auditor evaluation method is also important. So you can go through this. I mean, I'll share this presentation. I'll not go in detail of it. This is kind of all these repetition factors. So at the end, when you get that the person is having required quality, right, 8 years of experience minimum. I'm giving an example. It can be varying between different company or different agencies. 8 years of experience or 10 years of experience, and also have audit training for 100 hours. I'm giving an example, right? Then you are certifying him, right? And also having the required quality of behavior as well as audit process. Then you will certify it. And this certification signifies that the person met the stringent criteria and possesses necessary skill and knowledge to effectively audit the pharmaceutical manufacturing environment. External facilities are also there. External certification programs are there, like ISO, ASQ, and RAPS. They are certifying. And these are very good, training material. You can participate and get them, useful for you. Now the next topic on this trend is requalification. Auditor को requalification करना जरूरी है ना, right? क्यों चाहिए? Why? CGMP, I mean, C is always important. I mean, look at where we are standing today. We are in AI/ML operated system. We are in AI, real AI system. It's all changing. Dynamics is changing. Understanding also got changed. So in this scenario, auditor also has to get that capability built to be at par with the industry expectation, at par with the regulatory expectations. And that's what additional work experience, training, private study, coaching, seminars, these are very important. You are here today to get training, right? Trained, and probably you will get, some of you don't have that system built, you can build in, right? So hopefully you will be able to make some progress there, right? Then SOP, I mean, you need to have SOP. All those things which I talked about it, if you defined it in your system as a process, then you will be continuously following it. Few references which you can take, ISO, WHO technical series, then MHRA EMA, and then investigator's manual for FDA. I mean, the last one is very lengthy one. It probably will be difficult, but depending upon your operations, you can define or decide which one is to choose. With this, I would like to conclude that qualification of auditor is essential to ensure accurate audit outcome, which in turn helps to determine the manufacturer or supplier's ability to conform with the good manufacturing practices and standards, right? The process contemplates education, training, experience, and personal qualities. I'm just reaffirming all those discussions which I had. Key skills and competencies such as attention to detail, communication skill, and industry knowledge are also important for a successful GMP auditor. With this, I would like to sum up. I'm just jumping onto the other topic, which is related to desktop audit of suppliers, especially for starting and packaging material, right? I had two different presentations, but somehow merged it to make them time saving. Now, before I jump into that, I've taken some of the text from revised Schedule M. This is completely the text from revised Schedule M, which I have taken. That is talking about we need to use approved suppliers who can reliably supply starting and packaging material that meet established specification. This is, we need to do it as a manufacturer. This is a must requirement. If an audit is required, I mean, that is not talking about audit. If an audit is required, that is decided by the manufacturer, it shall be determined by the supplier's ability to conform with the good manufacturing practice and standard. So it's a subset of it. Another topic which I'm just touching it specifically with the broker or suppliers who are not manufacturers. They are also doing sometimes repackaging activity. If they are doing some repackaging from one container to another, we need to understand it. We need to audit them, right? So these are the few background informations which I've captured before I jump onto type of audits. Type of audits, if you look at, there are three major varieties of audits being followed in terms of handling it. One is on-site audit, which is the regular legacy process which is being followed for actual audit of a facility at site by a person who is competent enough. Second one is hybrid one, which is combination of on-site and off-site, which is about collecting information, reviewing it, and then going for auditing them, if at all it is needed. And third one is completely remote, which is about fully interactive distance or remote assessment. You can have interactive platform through video conferences and perform the audit, or you can have a partial interactive wherein you collect some documents in advance and assess it, and then thereafter you go for an audit through interactive platform, right? Physical audit is very easy. I mean, when we get to the sense of it, and it is being followed, and I'll quickly cross it. Desktop audit is the one which is our focus topic today, which is is also known as the virtual or distant or remote audit. It's different terminology being used, but a type of audit that can be used to assess the compliance of the supplier of raw material and packaging materials. Desktop audit was the one which is followed during COVID pandemic. I mean, extensively. And that's what we are now experienced with and habituated to it, right? We are doing it very easily and effectively. And desktop audit aims to assess the supplier's compliance with good manufacturing practices. That is very important. History of desktop audit. I mean, if we look at it, desktop audit is not new. It is 2 decades back story when TPD Canada and TG Australia started with it. They had limited resources, and their market is also not big. That's the way they started importing product, but they need to audit it. By virtue of desktop audit, they qualified GMP in terms of facilities. It's way back in 2005 I'm talking about. They had this facility, and they're still continuing with it. Their desktop audit is collecting documentation like site master file, a PICS GMP certification. These 2 things they collect together and assess, and then accordingly they issue a GMP certificate. COVID-19 forced everyone in the industry, including agencies, to adopt the desktop audit or remote audit, whatever terminology you wanted to use. And this is very effective tool even today for regulatory agencies and companies. Let's talk about the perceptions which are being followed. I mean, when we think about desktop audit, who are auditing facilities directly, going there, understanding it versus doing physical. I mean, it's like work from home versus work in office. That's the situation, right? So, I mean, work from home probably is good for some time, but may not be good for every time, right? We feel better when we meet face to face. I mean, we sometimes get that it is very difficult to get the first impression about the facility. That's what the auditor wanted to understand. When I go there, I see that, I can understand how many people are there, what is their intention, what is they are looking at, उनका क्या है, उनका body language क्या है, वो सब पता चलता है हमको. वो नहीं दिखेगा यहाँ पे. Companies has opportunity to say good stuff, right? मुझे desktop audit में मैं तो अच्छा document भेज दूँगा अभी. Sometime back, someone was talking about it. Is that हमको डॉक्यूमेंट जो आता है एक ही वेंडर से मल्टीपल डॉक्यूमेंट आता है. हम डेस्कटॉप ऑडिट में उसको हमको पता भी नहीं चलेगा. वी विल असेस इट एज इट इज, राइट? लिमिटेड एक्सेस फॉर द फैसिलिटी, confidential information not being shared, difficult to collect the evidence, language issues, especially with the China or some other territory wherein they don't speak English, company policies which is preventing sharing some documents, photography, and not acceptable to regulatory agencies as well. This is one of the factors are also there. Some of the higher regulatory agencies, they don't accept it. They allowed the desktop audit for some time for API, but eventually they now are expecting you need to do a physical audit, right? And that's why the perception about 3 and 4 can be considered there. And what I am seeing, what you are seeing is different, right? Now let's talk about the steps which we can follow for auditing a facility through a desktop mode. We need to do the first step, that is risk assessment. This is very important, and this is a one matter. If you do effectively, you will be very successful in identifying issues, specifically identifying the right area to audit, whether to do the audit or not extensively. That also can be figured out. I'm giving an example, like you have a sterile product versus a oral product versus a packaging material versus an excipient versus API. Will there be a same standard for all? No, right? So you need to get into this understanding what exactly you are looking for, what exactly you wanted to do. If it is a sterile product, you cannot afford to have desktop audit, for sure. You cannot assure a sterile product manufacturing facility, especially sterility assurance, without going there understanding the practices being followed, right? And that's the dynamics you need to understand through risk assessment. And in this risk assessment, product is also very important. You need to see the history of that facility, how they have behaved in their accreditation program for CDSCO, for FDA, for MHRA, or any other accreditation program they have. Do they have really come through a green color or not? That you need to see. Sometimes ding dong we dekhte hain. So those things has to be considered while selecting that audit mode, specifically through the risk assessment. So next step is preliminary assessment of the quality system through some documentary evidence. We talked about getting the checklist. हम तो checklist भर के लाते हैं, checklist भेज देते, checklist भर दिया. Do you really need to, what we need to do with it? We need to review it. We need to audit it. I think that is some way we have to look at very meticulously to understand whether the facility is good or not and understand the risk. And third step is auditing remotely, either with a virtual platform or in a desktop mode. You can send the question over emails also. It not necessarily you need to have a MS Team or Gmeet or a sophisticated video conferencing. And at the end, you need to report it and get the CAPA before you qualify it. These are the 4 broad steps for any audit, right? But it is applicable for desktop audit as well. Now, if we look at the risk assessment, which I have captured a little deeper into it, we need to have site master file, which is the bare minimum things, which captures many things, many information. If you really, really assess it thoroughly, you will get understanding about the site very effectively. I can give you an example. You can see the manpower ratio. That will give that understanding. See the volume they are producing. You can get a correlation if you have the right capability to understand it. You can understand their SOPs, you can understand their processes being followed, competency of the people who are there. All those things are captured. The WHO standard of SMF is capturing very well documented information. If it is of that standard I'm talking about. If it is not, you ask for it. And that is one of the criteria you can figure out. SMA पे ठीक नहीं है रे बाबा. इनको हम क्या audit करेंगे? ठीक है ना? You can then go for attribution, what is to be the best part of it. Next, about the site assessment through GMP status, through regulatory accreditations, list of products, leadership team, equipment, HU and water system, and the product assessment. Product assessment is very important. Product assessment means I have a product, right? I'm giving an example of a cephalosporin. If I get that understanding that that facility is manufacturing a general product, can I go there and approve that facility? No, right? And there are instances products of steroids and non-steroids are getting manufactured together. It can be possible, and manufacturers are there who are doing it. And it's your choice to pick up which one is better, which one is not, which one is potential for cross-contamination. Those things you need to understand. Second thing, this is very important. Now, generally we audit a facility and approve a facility, right? As a quality system, your vendor qualification is talking about vendor. at a given point in time, after qualification of the vendor, if you introduce another molecule, which is coming from that same facility, do you need to have audit or not? No? Why? You have covered everything, but that product was not there in your coverage. So yes or no will be decided based on your assessment. That assessment has to be there. That's what this product assessment is important. Doctor was talking about the route of synthesis. You probably have audited their certain flow of processes. Now, it is completely a fermentation process. Manufactured in the same facility, how can you afford to have, skipping the audit without understanding that process? I'm giving an example. I mean, it's broad, bigger level example I'm giving. So you need to have this assessment built in your system whenever new molecules coming in picture. Then only you will be able to understand the real picture of it. That's what this desk assessment is very important to assess the capability of the manufacturing side versus what you are actually looking for. So what you are intending, and that is really, really the key factors here, right? And there are several steps which I've just captured it for your reminder. I mean, you are following it. Probably you need to select one of the topics based on the risk. It can be sterility, it can be quality control, it can be formulation process. As Dr. Naresh was talking about, that is very critical even today. Schedule M is focusing to understand the formulation and processes. And this is pretty important, not for vendors who are supplying API or excipient. It is important for vendors who are supplying products directly to you, CMO. Right? So these are nothing new. I mean, you guys all know it. Now, as a step of remote audit, you need to send agenda, preliminary discussion with the site, getting access for the documents and the data, review of the document from a remote place, opening meeting. If you are doing a virtual platform-based interaction, then do a virtual tour through a video conferencing, and that is the interesting thing. And we have experienced it several times by different agencies. And this is kind of different persons sitting together with different SMEs. That's the very interesting part of it. When you are getting this chance of auditing remotely, you have opportunity to put a lot of resources in it within that short boundary, and then get quickly identified issues. Then document verification, SMA interview. This is very important when you have to interview some of the auditees who are involved. Like, you need to interact with analyst who has done that audit, right, or analysis. Or you need to understand that audit trail, or you need to understand something which is specific to that particular process, which is not being explained by somebody who is at a senior level. And generally, audits, in today's scenario, they are focusing the actual doer to be explained, which is the reality in today's scenario, right? I mean, auditors, they generally don't expect a senior management to explain about the process or the product or the issues which are being handled there. Then closing the meeting, audit conclusion report, review the response, and approve or recommend for on-site audit. That's what is the key. You need to be flexible with your processes, whether to keep it open or approve it. If you are confident everything is good, you can qualify, go for it. Otherwise, you probably have to tag it that we need to audit for it physically. So it's like you need to, this virtual tour is very important. I mean, herein you need to have a communication and understanding capability which are required for doing that. I mean, not everyone is having that capability. And in starting of the COVID, we were forced to set up many network places at different zones, including AHU area, technical areas, to have that Wi-Fi accessibility to get that virtual tour performed. So those things you need to ensure before planning an audit there. An example of a virtual tour, I mean, these are snapshots which I've captured. If you see these are all virtual mode. You can assess the limbs in QC virtually from here. You have all access. You just need to get that access. And it is possible, and this is a reality. These are all actual picture of it, and this is the HPLC audit trail, which you can also access it. Live audit trail I'm talking about. And video of the facility that it is easily doable. For this, we need to prepare in advance. Secure communication platform is needed because there are a lot of things which are confidential and sensitive. Screen sharing and annotations are important, which is happening for LIMS and audit trial. Follow a checklist which you need to do, systematic assessment, and clarify and verify, which is very important because in virtual mode, you have a lot of things which are not easily understandable. That's why perception has no place to take any position for making decision. So you have to have clarity before taking that decision. If you don't have, tag it for physical audit. If you feel some way it is not really giving that understanding, make a physical audit there. Don't make perception-based decision. And that's not the quality of an auditor, right? So SME review interview is also important. And sometimes if you need, that is very important for SME to come in picture, interview him or her, and then get the real sense of it. And you also have that opportunity in terms of SME to depute in the audit beyond your capability. You can call someone from IT, someone from engineering who can come there and act as an SME for you to participate in the auditor. Closeout meeting, as usual, it is a tug of war between auditee and auditors. I mean, not always there, but as a real sense of auditor, we need to have a clarity about it. We need to be prepared and discuss about the observations, communicate observation clearly and concisely, be objective, work with facts and opinions, and you cannot have dilemma situation and discussion there in close-out meeting. Discuss key or critical issues with responsible person, and that is very important. If you have some critical observation, go to the site head, at least involve him. I have seen, we have got an observation and then site head saying, I'm not briefed. I don't know. There are so many things happen, but do clarity about it whenever critical things are there, go to the top. And I can give example. If you see the 483, which are very critical, which is an OAI category of it, it is going to CEO of the company. Why? Because that sensitivity is going to the higher level. And then clarify the misunderstanding. Sometimes auditee have disclarity which you need to clarify there. And you decide whether a requirement of physical audit or not. And that's, I think, is the end to it. Some of the benefits which I have captured here, which is kind of cost effective, you need not to go physically. Going to China probably will be costly affair than doing something like this. Convenience, time saving, accessibility of the document in your desk, which is giving you long time. You have ample opportunity. I can give you an example. When we got an audit from an European agency, they took almost 6 months to audit us. They collected document. We gave them documents for almost like 1 month at a different phases. And they took 6 months to come up with their audit observations. And that's the kind of their flexibility which is involved in this assessment process. And increasing efficiency in terms of focusing it. We have risk-based virtual or desktop plus remote together we can do. And that flexibility gives that efficiency which is giving that real sense of auditing it, real sense of making it successful. Some of the regulatory authorities who are doing this, I have just quoted them. WHO report is also talking about remote audit, technical series 1010. FDA is, even in January 24, they have updated the RRA, Remote Regulatory Assessment Program. And it is still being performed for some of the companies for some BMO audit, biological clinical division audit, they are doing it. Desktop audit, as I talked about, TGA Canada is continuously following it. IMA also having a guidance on cases wherein restrictions are in place. EDQM is also following some of the guidances related to remote audit. With this, I would like to sum up my talk. Thank you so much for your attention. I'd like to thank both of you, sir, Naresh sir and Sharma sir, for your presence, and this is real opportunity for interacting with such a big audience and interactive audience. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shri Prabir Kumar Palji. This was like a auditing of auditors session. Felt quite satisfactory. There was this also very interesting anecdote about auditors going to China and not finding the site being non-existent. But in the good old days, the good auditor was somebody who would go to this non-existent site and still approve it, so that supply is not. so, no, jokes apart, I think we have all been briefed very well about the requirement and of qualification of auditors, of having the importance of having qualified auditors, and also on the desktop auditing. I think a very interesting session. Thank you very much. We'd like to present you with a memento. Is this your laptop? You can take it. Friends, we are all aware of how proactively the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission has been working in the last decade or so. The editions of IP have been coming out more frequently, more addendums. In fact, in certain cases, in case of certain molecules, IP is probably the first one to come out with a monograph ahead of other pharmacopoeias. And of late, we have seen that more and more countries are accepting Indian Pharmacopoeia. So there are a lot of developments happening with the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, and we have with us Dr. Gaurav Pratap Singh Jodau, who is Senior Principal Scientific Officer of IPC. I'll request him to make a presentation on the various developments at IPC.
also tried to include the test for related substances, that means the test for impurities in many of the monographs. So by that way, IPC is not only developing new standards, but we are also trying to upgrade and modernize our drug standards. So why these chapters are important? Because nowadays, even the CDSCO, they refer these guidances, the general chapters of the IP, while improving the new products. So that is why these chapters are also important for the manufacturers, because they will get the approval from the CDSCO once they will follow these guidances that have been published by the IP. Apart from the monograph development, we also develop the reference standards. So as on date, we have more than 1200 standards in our catalog. So you can refer IPC's website also, wherein we have provided the list of the IPRSs, which are basically the API standards. We have also provided the list of the impurities that have been developed by the IPC. So these IPRS and the impurities, they are made available to the stakeholders. You can see the name of these IPRS and the impurity, and you can place your order. So once we receive the order from any of the manufacturer or the testing laboratory, we will supply these standards to the concerned person. Meanwhile, IPC has also taken up the activity to develop new monographs and to revise many of the old monographs for the next edition of the IP. So what we have planned that in the year 2026, we will be coming up with the publication of the next edition, that will be 10th edition of IP. And as per our plan, this edition, the next edition will be made official on the 1st of July 2026. So these are some of the updates from our side. Last year, IPC was also inducted as a member of the Pharmacopoeia discussion group. So this, in short, it is known as the PDG. So this is a group of 3 pharmacopoeias, Japanese Pharmacopoeia, European Pharmacopoeia, and the US Pharmacopoeia. And the basic mandate of this group, the PDG, is to harmonize the journal chapters and excipient monographs among these 3 pharmacopoeias. So last year, IPC was also inducted as the 4th member of this PDG. So now we are also collaborating with these 3 pharmacopoeias to harmonize our standards, particularly journal chapters and the excipient monographs. So we are closely working with these pharmacopoeias. So every month we actually meet virtually, and there is a defined work plan according to which we are working. And we have also published the information related to the PDG activities of the IPC on our website. So you can refer to our website, and the web address of IPC's website is www.ipc.gov.in, wherein you can find all the relevant information related to the monograph development as well as the activities which are related to the PDG. Meanwhile, with the support of the Ministry of Health as well as Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India is making an effort to get the IP standards recognized in different countries. So as on date, a total of 13 countries, they have now accepted IP standards, which includes the IP book also, as well as the IP reference standards also. So this includes the countries particularly in the Latin American region, African region, and the Asia and Pacific regions. And there are many more countries with which these bilateral collaborations, they are going on. And in the coming month, you will see that many more countries will be signing an MOU with the Government of India to accept the IP standards. So what this particular activity will do, it will basically promote the export from Indian pharma companies to different countries around the globe. So in the month of August, IPC has also come up with the development and launch of the IP online. This is a new portal that has been developed by the IPC, and Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, he actually launched this portal on in the month of August, on 19th August 2024. So what in this portal, what we have done, that all the content of the IP 2022, we have now made it and converted it into the digital form. So you might have also accessed the USP or the BP or the EP. They have now come up with the digital version of their pharmacopoeia. USP is, as you know, that they have now discontinued the printed version. So likewise, IPC has also taken this step to digitize our content. So this portal contains all the monographs, journal chapters, other pharmacopoeia text of the IP 2022. So this portal is live now, and we have set up a small stall also on the left-hand side of this hall. So wherein you can have a look of the IP online portal, how this functions, how it looks. So if you can access this on this portal, if you you subscribe, you can download all the monographs, you can view them, you can also find the information related to the reference standards also. So what this, the web address of this portal is iponline.ipc.gov.in. So if you click, write this address in your Google Chrome, you can access this particular page. This IP Online version, as of now, it contains only the monographs and the journal chapters of the IP 2022. As on date, we have not converted part into this portal. The IP Addendum 2024 continues to be sold as a printed book. You can order your book also from IPC. And what we have planned in the coming edition, that will be IP 2026, all the content of the IP 2026 will be available, both as a printed copy also, as well as on the IP Online portal also. So gradually just like other pharmacopoeias, they are now trying to reduce the use of printed versions, because it's a pharmacopoeia, when you see it, it is a very heavy book. So we just want to discontinue that practice of using the printed books, because it is ultimately the world is going towards the digital kind of solutions. So that will also help the environment also. So accordingly, what we are planning that in the coming years, we will also try to reduce or to stop the use of printed books. So just by the way of reaching out to you people, we are just trying to promote the use of IP Online. And if you see the IP Online, it contains information related to the monographs. You can search any of the monograph which you want to see and to refer for your particular work. And you can save that monograph also into your systems. You can also access these IP online monographs on your tabs, also on your on your mobiles also, beside on your laptops also. So likewise, that this promotes basically the easy access to the IP content, and you can also take the printouts for your use also. So you can take the printouts of these monographs. You can save them as an HTML copy also, as well as a PDF copy also. So there are several advantages of this IP Online portal. So this is the home page of the IP Online, wherein you can find the information. This is the navigation bar, wherein you can find the information about the IP. We have provided few tabs. First one is about IPC. So all the information related to the IPC and its activities, they have been provided over here. In the second tab, it talks about the IP, that is Indian Pharmacopoeia. So all the monograph development related activities, they have been summarized under this tab. The third important function that IPC does is the reference substances. So all the list of the IPRSs, the impurities that have been developed and being provided to the stakeholders, their information is available over here. You can also place your order even for the IP as well as for the reference standards from this particular portal. Then the last tab is regarding the PDG update. So all the activities which IPC is doing with respect to the harmonization of monographs or the journal chapters, they have been summarized under the tab of PDG updates. So what we are also approaching to you, that you should also refer all the activities which IPC is doing under this PDG work program, because we also need your inputs, because every month all the four pharmacopoeias, USP, EP, BP, USP, IP, JP and EP, they are meeting, and we are always discussing the kind of harmonization kind of activities. So we will need the inputs from our industry also. If you are facing any challenge with respect to the PDG text which we want to harmonize, you can certainly share your views and comments with the IPC, so that we can take up it with the other PDG pharmacopoeias. So under the same page, we have provided these blocks actually, wherein also you can find the information related to the IPC activities, and then IP Online portal you can access from here also. IPRS related activities and the information you can find out there. All the activities which are going on under the global recognition of the IP part, they have been summarized under this tab, and the PDG's activities, they are also being summarized over here. So these are the things which what we have tried on this portal to summarize all the activities related to the IP and IPRS. Because at IPC we are also doing other activities, particularly with respect to the pharmacovigilance training program. So we are not providing all those activities on this portal. In this portal we are just focusing on the IP and IPRS related activities. So currently IPC is also developing many new standards, many new monographs. So all the monograph related activities are also provided under a separate tab, that is IP forum. So in this forum you can find out the new monographs which are being considered by the IPC for the development. So their information is also shared. So we would also like to hear from you your comments, your suggestions on these draft monographs which are currently being developed by the IPC. So you can share your comments and feedback on these draft monographs. Many of the monographs and journal chapters, they are being revised by IPC, so you can share your feedback on those revision proposals also. On the same page, we have provided video tutorials. So by clicking and viewing these video tutorials, you can learn how to access these IP online portal, how to search a new monograph, how to purchase your subscription, and how to search a new monograph, how to save, how to print a monograph. So all these information we have provided as small videos. So these are video tutorials. You can see these video tutorials. So if any of you find any difficulty in accessing this particular portal, you can also reach out to IPC. Our official email ID address is lab.ipc@gov.in. So this is the official email address of IP. So, but in order to view or to access the IP online monographs, you need to purchase your subscription. So you can purchase your subscription. Either you can write to IPC also, we can provide the further details. Either, and I think we have also provided the brochures also in the morning that have been shared with all the participants. So there also you can find the details, how you can purchase your subscription. So you can, in order to access the IP online portal, you just need to fill in your credentials, which is the email address and your password, which you have set for your subscription. Just by clicking and providing these credentials, you will be able to view these monographs. So this is the dashboard overview of IP online portal, wherein you will find certain tabs. So the most important one is the search tab, wherein you can type any of the monograph name and the suggested the monograph list with the keywords which you are providing here, that will be displayed at this portal. Also we have provided a contents link over here, this side on the left hand side, through which also you can search and view your monograph or the journal chapter which you want to see. So this is the home page. The contents of IP you can also find out here. So this is the search bar. This is the home page tab. This is the content tab. So if you click on this content tab, you can get the details of the different monographs, journal chapters, as you can find in the printed version. So on the same order we have also displayed over here. So this is the search type tab. You just put your keywords over here, the list of the monographs related to your keyword, they will be displayed over here. By clicking on any of the monograph, you will get the monograph details. So once your monograph is opened in your portal, you can either save it or you can take a printout also. So these are some of the search results. And apart from the monograph activities, we have also provided all the list of the IPRS and the impurities which are available from the IPC side. So their data has also been uploaded on this portal. You can simply go to this portal and you can search the reference standard or the impurity which you want to procure or for your use, and you can place your order by clicking on this tab. This is the add to cart tab. If you want to procure this particular IPRS, you can just simply add to your cart. So by that way you can make your own cart and place your order to the IPC, and once we receive your order, we will immediately dispatch that order to the stakeholders. So this is just a brief about the updates from the IPC side, and I would like to invite you to our stall also for further details. If you want to know more about this IP online portal, how to place the order, how to view the monograph, they can also show you how these monographs are displayed on this portal. So with this, I would like to thank all the participants and the audience and the organizers for their patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gaurav Pratap Singh ji. Sir, will you please wait? I think the IP online is a very big development because it makes life easier for the companies to access IP. And I'm sure it is searchable, so it's easier to search using online tools. We'd like to present a memento. Gaurang bhai, please come on stage. I think we've come to the end of all technical sessions. The next session is one which all of you have been patiently waiting for, the question and answer session. I'll request the speakers, Dr. Naresh Sharma ji, Dr. Ravi Kant Sharma ji, to please come on stage. थोड़ा दूर दूर करो. कॉर्डलेस माइक लेके दर्शन को उधर खड़ा करो, 2 कॉर्डलेस माइक लेके वहाँ खड़ा करो, एक इधर दो स्टेज पे. Second cordless mic. Darshan. Up. So we'll start this session. Who has questions? Yes. Please, before you ask a question, please introduce yourself and your company. And please let us know who the question is directed to.
Myself Prakash Sahu. Now I am working as a quality head in the Elazar Pharma, Noida. So my question is the Mr. Rajiv sir and Mr. Parveer Pal sir both. Sir, every place is asking about the vendor qualification is recommended for the 3 to 5 years. Requalification, I mean. Some of the auditor asking for the put the at the risk-based approach for 3 years. So what is the exact flow the requalification? If the no any need-based risk required, that means the no any failure, repeated failure, no delivery problems. So what is the guideline recommended for the requalification of the vendors? Second is my question is the for sir, if the this is a question for the Pal sir, no, BM Rao sir. If the packaging, if you are storing the packaging materials, the pesticide is required. If we are storing the packaging material in our site, then you are told that the pesticide is required. Because in our SOP, I am working with the Sun Pharma and Mankind also. So they are avoiding to the pesticide inside of the, we are keeping the packaging materials. So there are 2 questions, sir. I want to clarify. I am clear to you, sir? Okay, thank you.
Yours is a API company or
Yeah,
a
I'm API company, sir.
Yeah, so I think please keep that in mind when.
Sorry, I think there is some miscommunication or I don't know, understanding.
So-
I said pest control.
Yeah, if you, sir, in your presentation, you told about that, if you are going to the vendor qualification of the packaging materials, you ensure that the pesticides are in place. Because in our SOPs in-house where I was work, so they are asking about where the pest control pesticide is in the packaging material storing room. So what is the exact, we are going to the pesticide in our packaging material storage room, or it is not required or not required?
What I mentioned was these type of materials will be well segregated. Right, Raju? I think there is some.
Just if I understood correctly, see, basically the packaging material is directly coming in contact with the material. Okay.
Yeah.
It can be primary or secondary.
Yeah,
So
primary.
primary.
Yeah.
So definitely it should also be in the same line as what you will be doing for your raw material. Do you keep any pest control inside the finish raw material?
Still not, sir.
Huh?
Still not.
External, no? You're keeping outside.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the same thing should apply. There should not be any kind of a pest control, any kind of chemicals of the pest control inside the facility. It should be always outside.
Okay, thank you, sir. And what? Okay, yes, sir.
So it is in touch with, see, finally the primary material contact with your finished product or API.
Of course, sir.
So it should apply the same thing.
In the periphery, we need to do that. The pest control system and the chemicals, all those things has to be.
So actually, same practice is doing our side, but maybe interruption problem I not understand. That is my question.
No. It should be same. The pest control should be exactly same as what you will be doing for your material.
Okay, thank you.
And the question about, you mentioned about the frequency and the requalification. See, again, it's a risk-based approach. If you're not buying any raw material or any that material for a long time, you can just go by the risk assessment. But if you find that the particular vendor, which I also mentioned in my presentation, that you should go by what is the track record of the vendor. Okay, the KPI which you mentioned, even Dr. B.M. Rao also mentioned about the KPI, key performance indicator, his quality, his consistency, his impurity profile that you would normally track. Those things will decide on the risk assessment. And if you feel that the vendor has made any changes in the process or he's indicated any changes, then those should be evaluated based on the profile, because ultimately it's your material which can get impacted, and that impact should be evaluated, and you can decide that. See, FDA also does the same thing. If you look at, FDA doesn't come exactly the same frequency. They look at the risk assessment of that company and accordingly decide. Some of the companies have not been inspected for the last 5, 7, 8 years also. But that doesn't mean that they don't continue to manufacture and sell the products in that particular region. So it all depends on what exactly has been the risk, how do you perceive that company, that vendor, and accordingly you can decide. You can put a frequency of 3 years, but you can decide whether you want to go with a paper-based evaluation or you want to physically go and visit that facility.
So this is a paper-based auditor, but some of the auditor, like the Vietnam, is asking about you minimum perform the 3 years. But some of the RO market auditors, like the Bangladesh or Indian also, the good company, they're asking for 5 years, okay for us. So where is it mentioned about the 3 or 5 years? Because if you are going to 3 years, it is better because the minimum time period.
You answered it, no? So if you say 3 years is better, you do it 3 years, no?
So it is because we are harmonized system
Don't
for
go
the
by.
Indian
See,
market
again,
as well as
it
RO market.
see, there should not be burden. It is not just for the sake of doing an audit for the audit. Okay, it should have some meaningful impact on your usage of that material. So if you say 3 years and you don't do it, that's also bad. See, what happens is we are also finding that people have very fantastic SOPs, but they don't follow.
Yes.
So you keep the SOP as 3 years and then don't do it, and then realize after 5 years, that is also bad, no? Then you say that can we change the SOP to 5 years? Do that. Who stops you from doing it?
Actually, I have mentioned the 5 years, but they have give the suggestion because the audit they have given some point. This is a recommendation. This is a suggestion. We minimize the risk for 3 years.
See, it's a recommendation, suggestion, no? There is a thank you so much.
See,
beyond the risk assessment of the facility, you also can look at the types of product getting manufactured, like packaging material. Do you really need 3 years there? You look at it. I mean, this is a food for thought.
It is not packing
versus a sterile
KSM.
material.
It is a primary KSM material, sir.
The primary KSM, and I mean, this is, if you see the risk, then it is. If you are manufacturing a intermediate, probably there is a big risk, right? So, as a manufacturer, you need to put your context in it. What is that risk you can accommodate? What you cannot? Decide on it. 3 years is reasonable, as sir said. I think that can be followed.
So, I'm well understand, sir.
Yeah, please.
I'm well understand, sir. But what is the recommended for the schedule M? 3 years is okay. Other 5 years, because some auditor is asking for I will show the guidelines. Sir, 3 years recommended. So we are not reduce the time period of 3 years or 5 years, because I have the answer for some guidelines like that.
What so far question is that it is based on the risk-based analysis, and you have to drive the standard policy as per the company norms. Say for example 3 years, but 3 years is not a fixed norm. Whenever you are finding anything out of a specification, definitely that warrant the investigation, and that root cause has to be established, and root cause may have requalification of the vendor, or investigation may warrant something like surprising to take a call for further doing the things for the inspection at the vendor side. Apart from that, if anything which is coming out of trend also, are you not thinking that is an alarming condition for the company to do the investigation, have the detailed documentation in place to check and parameter? This is answer to your first question. Second, you rightly said very, very valid and important question about the pest control. The part what we are talking about, say bottles, glass bottles, injectable vials, they have the process for washing and having the sterilization, or the process for cleaning for the various products. But for PPM, for example, your say PVC, alu blisters, they are not going to be cleaned by any of the mechanism and coming in direct contact with the product. Your environmental condition for storing those products must be at the utmost satisfaction, and you need to ensure that there should not be any cause for microbial contamination, which may prone by the increase of humidity.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir. My name is Naresh Sharma. I am from Hyderabad. I am working with Hetero Labs Limited. So my question is that, Dr. Sri Pravi sir told, whenever there is a risk, like risk assessment we need to perform, that time we need to perform a risk assessment. So when we perform the risk assessment means like, is there any possibilities there, it's like perform the on-site audit, that time we go for desktop audit, right? So like if natural calamities or like COVID-like situations. So in that case, so what is the criteria need to be considered for performing the risk assessment? Like we don't have any chance to go for on-site audit. So for that time, we must have to do the desktop audit. So in that case, what are the criteria need to be considered for performing the risk assessment report?
You want to understand if you should do a desktop audit or a physical audit?
Yes, actually I thought to go for physical audit, but due to the like COVID situation.
So you have it. No, so you have a situation where it's not possible for you to physically travel.
Yes.
So there's no way. I mean, not only you, even USFDA and other agencies also did the same thing.
Yes, sir.
And they did it. So now, during the COVID time, I'm sure that many of the companies also faced this kind of situation where you created that kind of infrastructure of showing the facility on video.
Right, sir.
Right. So you had that facility created. You had that kind of capability. Many of the companies do it. But if you feel that your vendor may not give you the full access to the facility on video, or may not give you complete, then you may feel like going. So you can't decide it. But basically what happens is, during the re-evaluation of a vendor, it may be possible that you're just looking at his consistency of his supplies, and you're comfortable with the vendor of his past track record. So what is the point in traveling all the way to that place when you can already do it and you can assess? And if that kind of comfort level is there, so whether the situation is arising to go over there or not to go, you can still do a desktop audit.
Right, sir. So, but to prepare risk assessment, so what is the criteria need to be considered? Like I may be having 100 to 200 audits. So for each vendor, I need to prepare the risk assessment means it's a very difficult thing, right?
See, obviously, when you're looking at the individual material that you're buying, you have to look at the risk assessment. No? You can't generalize it. If you're buying a solvent, nobody will allow you to do a solvent evaluation. If you're buying an excipient, if you're in the formulation, as I said, that the formulation companies make several tons of that material per day.
Right, sir.
And you may be buying only 30 kilos per annum. Okay, so for that he will not allow you to come and visit his facility. So you should be able to look at his track record and decide if see, basically, see, when you do a desktop audit also, you should have that kind of technical competence to understand what you're looking at.
Right.
It's not just a checkbox. What I said that if it is something to do with your process, chemistry, technology, so people who are doing the audit should be able to understand it.
Right, sir.
So my concern, which always remains, is that people do not understand what they're looking for. Just because they tick that 50-page questionnaire does not mean their audit is completed. Have they looked at the process? Did they understand what they're looking at? If the person who is really experienced enough, even by not going over there, he'll be able to visualize what the fellow is doing. So that should be the expertise that you should develop within your team.
But the thing is that like European, like we used to give the audit reports to the Europe market. So that time they are asking for the risk assessment. So what is the risk assessment you have done for the audit?
Basically, you also do annual product review.
Yes.
Right. In the annual product review, you should continuously keep on monitoring the raw materials as a section in your API, APQR.
Right, sir.
And that part of section should be compiled as a risk assessment.
Okay, sir.
Your vendor rating should be the one which will be guiding there. I mean, you probably have it, right? That's what this annual product review is coming in picture.
Right.
If you have a supplier who is constantly failing, supplying you failing batches, and you are constantly getting repeatability of it. So you can understand what is that. So risk is high there. So that's the word. That's what you need to consider in your risk assessment.
Right,
and that's what these European agencies are very keen. Europe is always go for this risk. So you cannot do away with anything other than risk assessment for Europe.
Yes, sir. We are covering the risk like APQR report, the details, but still they are asking for the risk assessment report for performing the desktop assessment report, desktop audit. So we are facing little bit problem in that. For each and every vendor, we have to prepare the desktop means it's a very difficult.
Regulation they are actually looking at.
Yes, yes.
So IMA guidance is having this risk assessment is a mandatory requirement. And this is coming from a fact of this risk assessment, what you are talking. I mean, I get that real sense now. That is completely different than what we talked about, that auditing. It's not about auditing. This risk assessment from a perspective of that molecule, that the synthesis, whether you know that each and every step of it, you have to capture it. If you go through that guidance, you will get that clear picture of it. That is little different than what we are talking today. This is about auditing the facility and then risking. That is not the risk assessment they are looking at. So they are looking at whether you know the process, whether you know the vendor, and whether you know the controls they have in it.
And in your presentation also, you have covered the same thing, sir.
Correct.
For performing the desktop assessment, we need to prepare, start with the risk assessment first, then like flow you have mentioned.
Correct.
So prepare the risk assessment. So what are the things we need to be considered like that? As sir said, like if from APQR also we can able to show that.
You can refer the APQR.
See, when you write APQR should not be just for the sake of writing. Okay, there should be some meaningful information coming in that. I've seen APQRs written just for the sake of it, but there's no meaningful insight coming out of it, because if you have done it correctly, then that becomes your starting point for a risk assessment. A simple one-page risk assessment also good, but that will give you a background of what you have done in the past. Okay. We generate a lot of documents, but that documents do not really carry value. So that's why it's not about what they're asking. They're asking about the value and the content of that risk assessment. And that's where we are missing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Good evening, sir. Myself, Mukesh Shevade. I am from Lupin. My first question is, in schedulum, there is, mode of action is not mentioned. Mode of audit, it is not mentioned in the schedulum, and just mention suppliers audit. So just reviewing the document, it will acceptable as a approval of the audit vendor.
So, see, it depends on the situation. As you are mentioning, the mode of audit may be physical or maybe virtual, maybe desktop. It depends on the situation. Everything cannot be captured in the Schedule M or in the law. It is the guidelines you have to make out based on the situation. What he has mentioned in his presentation very, very, extensively. So you have to see the situation. That is not covered, but this is a dynamic process. If tomorrow we feel that we have to add it, so it can be added if it is required.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Again, there is a supplier, in Schedule M, just written supplier's approval. But then reading means there is a confusion whether it is approval of the manufacturer or the supplier or a trader or the broker. That's some confusion is.
There is no confusion.
Okay.
Precisely answer to your first question. The wording which is written over there, you had rightly interpreted. One part also, you just capture that our Schedule M has adopted the WHO guideline. Our Act has adopted the WHO guideline. So detail can further be taken up from the inferences of WHO TRS. Best part, you have to go for the site audit. Is it possible for the overseas vendor? Answer is very clear. So how you are going to build the confidence? So that is the another part. Presentation has given various aspects for covering the different type of inspection, and you have to prove yourself that whatever material you are taking, you are having the high degree of confidence. Once you are confident, then you can stop. One of the presenter has mentioned that the auditor has asked and continuously asked the document for 6 months. Why? Because he was finding something which he was not observed in the previous document, but add on as a part of the chain, he was of the opinion that certain more documents are requested. So that way you can also adopt the same policy till your confidence level is developed. Okay, guidelines are clear. If you are going to talk about ICH, WHO or US FDA, the wording is till confidence level is developed, right? And other part, what you are saying that where to audit, it is only the manufacturer. Okay. No way in between. Okay?
Thank you. This sub question is there. It's a technical agreement is compulsory with.
Of course. Without agreement, how can you procure it?
Because
and where the terms, conditions?
Some vendors means the small sites, they are not purchasing a big quantity or a small quantity. They are not means agreed with the document.
Agreement should be a part of the document qualification criteria. Okay. That's what I can only say. If they're agreeing or not agreeing, it is the manufacturer, suppliers, and the manufacturers from where you are procuring the material.
Okay, sir. Thank you. That's it.
Just extend to this one. See, if this vendor is not giving the agreement with the manufacturer, and if something goes wrong with the quality, who will be responsible?
Yes, sir. Pal sir also.
Then why you are selecting such vendors? That's why this is the topic today. It was discussed. If I am a regulator, if I am giving the example of the cough syrup, right? And the propylene glycol was used. That was a industrial grade. And how can we find out? Because manufacturer says no, that was supplied by this trader. Until and unless you are not giving the details to us, how can we establish the chain? So that is extremely important to have the details and the confidence whether this raw material supplier is good enough, is adequate documents is supplying, and you are confident. That's why the pharmaceutical quality system in the part 1 says you must ensure the quality of the product, for the final product.
Thank
I
you,
hope
sir. Right, sir.
that's okay?
Got it.
Thank
I am Prashant Patil from Sava Healthcare. My question is to Rao sir. It's regarding the leachable and extractable. Is there a requirement for requalification or reanalysis of extractable at a certain frequency? One, and what is the acceptance criteria?
So if I understand you correctly, the requirement of E&L for the requalification.
Yeah.
Frequency.
Frequency, yeah.
So, for example, if I am buying a packing material, right, from the vendor, if there is a change in the process, their process, right, okay, or any manufacturing process, then it will call for the reassessment of with respect to E&L.
Okay. But periodic assessment is not required.
No, if there is no process change, no manufacturing process change, it's not required.
And it is applicable for medical devices as well.
Medical devices.
Devices.
Medical
you. Medical
devices.
is what? Please repeat your question.
Is leachability and L&E is required for acceptability required for the medical devices as well?
Yes, of course. If you are manufacturing, say, for orthopedic implants or bare metal stents, these studies are required, very much required.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That is as per the global standards.
Myself, Pranit Atpadikar from Sava Healthcare. So my question is that in primary packing material manufacturing area, which class should be maintained? Like it's manufacturing in clothes environment or it should be ISO class 8? It's manufacturing area. Because I have observed that there is no written statement for manufacturing area for primary packing material.
It depends on what is your usage. See, if it is for the API, it should definitely be as per the API clean room condition. Okay, what you use for your API, class D, right? Class, yeah. So that is what they should maintain. I know that many of these primary, secondary packaging manufacturers just do not understand the requirement. I know many companies where they also dispense a cup, for your, so-called suspension products also, and you buy these cups from a vendor. I mean, I've seen the facility so pathetic. They don't understand that whether the cup is used for a general purpose in a marriage or for the for your medicines. So try to insist, and I'll try to make sure that they understand the importance of the pharma grade requirement, and the clean room requirements are essential.
If you see, WHO guidelines are also supplementing the same statement what sir has just now elaborated. API, primary packing material, wherever it is to be exposed, even for sampling or dispensing, must be exactly in the simulated condition as in the processing area. So processing area, whatever condition you are meant for, to be say complied at the time of manufacturing, final step, and as well as sampling and dispensing. If you are maintaining, say, class AB for the, say, sterile, then has to be there for the entire, say, sampling and dispensing. And if it is class D inside the processing area, like the packing area and all, to be exposed in the same at the final step of your primary packing material manufacturing area.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, I have one experience where the packaging materials will give the significant issues, like, for example, you're using a polythene bag, right, while collecting the API in the manufacturing. You should use the similar quality material even for the sampling in the QC, small bags. Because people use the different quality of the bags. We have seen residual solvents, different type of residual solvents, we have observed, And sometimes we take not on the poly bag, we take on the glass bottle, we don't see any, peaks. So these are some sensitive, areas, issues.
Hello, myself
Sandeep Pagare. I am from Stallion Laboratories Private Limited. So my question is to Naresh sir regarding the excipient qualifications. So in case of API molecule qualification, we have the clarity regarding that is 3 molecule have to test, means 3 batches have to test as a part of the vendor qualification. So in case of excipient, what is the requirement? Because in industry practices, there are some companies following the 1 sample testing, some companies following 2 sample testing. Then what are the exact, means how many samples should be tested for the excipient? This is one question. And in case of the, means we are changing the excipient vendor. So shall we go for the process validation? As like the, whenever we go for the API vendor change, that time we go for the process validation. As you said, excipient is the impacting to the product. So shall we go for the process validation?
This is very valid and important question. Can you please precisely mention about the first question, what you are asking?
Requirement of sample testing.
Okay, requirement of say
Vendor
validation
sample.
and
No,
impact
no.
on the
At
number of
initial
batches.
vendor
Okay.
qualification,
Yeah, that's right. I will answer that. For excipient, if you see that quality policy or the quality parameter what I had mentioned about the say continuous process for product improvement and to produce the consistent quality of the product. Anything which is impacting the product will impact the customer also. Do you agree? Terminology, critical excipient, which are deteriorating the end product quality has to be identified. In case of critical excipient, you need to carry out 3 batches validation followed by the stability study to build the confidence level. And apart from that, I suggest, even WHO guideline is also about absolutely clear, 3 batches from where to manufacture, single lot or 3 lot. So we got a chance to interact with the WHO Geneva auditor, Dr. Vanjit, who has suggested to cover the entire matrix, 3 lot, 3 batches for API, and in case of critical excipient change, you want to have the alternative vendor because it's part and parcel for the system to develop the alternative vendors as well. Then 3 lot of excipient which are critical and 3 batches for each lot to be put in place, like 9 batches stability to be carried out.
okay. This is for the during manufacturing, but initial qualification is at the time of introducing
Okay,
of that
how
vendor.
many vendors you want to identify? If you want to identify in a single go 2 vendor, then definitely you have to go for say process qualification for both the vendors, and process qualification is clear. 3 batches validation data followed by stability data, then only you will be getting the sense for the end product quality parameter is maintained till shelf life.
Yes, sir, I understood regarding the manufacturing, product manufacturing. I am asking about the initial qualification of that supplier, means pre-VQ samples we tested. So in that case, some cases, means some companies following the single sample testing, means at the qualification of that vendor. After qualifying, if we qualify that vendor, then after that we receive the commercial lot, whatever the lot.
Okay, you are talking about pre-shipment sample.
Pre-shipment, yes, yes.
Obviously that 3 batches has to be tested and the small batches to be put as a part of say stability study to judge, to get the feel of that whether this change will impact the product quality or it will sustain. So 3 pre-shipment sample to be tested.
And how the critical excipient will be identified?
Anything which is impacting the product quality is identified as a critical excipient, and that depends on the formulation to formulation, it varies. Okay, I'll tell you this briefly. Anything which is impacting the dissolution will impact on the bioavailability of the product?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the excipients which are contributing, even the sodium lauryl sulfate, ecdisol,
MCC, they are impacting the dissolution pattern because the pattern of the particle, discrete movement of the particle in the vessels will vary from that. And for the information that MCC is having a cultivation, even the crop control by the MNC's companies, okay? So whether that type of the control is there for all the companies, answer is no. If you had used the best quality of the MCC, may not produce the same discrete particle movement in the dissolution, may impact the bioavailability of the product. So you need to identify based on the formulation.
Okay, thank you, sir. And sir, my question is to Pal sir regarding the desktop audit. So what is the means requalification, means re-audit criteria for the desktop audit? If we, means apart from this natural calamities, just for the, means we are a vendor site is not available for audit. So as an temporary case, can we perform the desktop audit? And if we perform, then what will be the re-audit criteria?
See, simple answer to your question is the risk. I mean, which we are talking risk everywhere. It depends upon the risk of what you are targeting.
Okay.
If you are producing or you are procuring sterile product, sterile API or sterile excipient or sterile rubber stopper, then risk is high. Okay. You have no opportunity there to take risk of, giving any, delay there. So you have a program of requalifying every 2 years or 1 year. You have to do it. It's like your quality system and associated risk, which will be defining that.
Okay. Sir, my question is to Rao sir regarding the packaging material. So in case of, you have told all about the primary packaging material, but you have not told about what is the secondary packaging materials. I mean, some cartons, then leaflets are there that also get submitted to US FDA during filing. So what are the criteria for qualify this vendor?
The qualification of vendor for the primary packaging, secondary packaging remains same. The process remains same. So testing is done.
See, whatever comes in contact with the product, okay, is very critical. The secondary is not directly, but in case there's a possibility of any kind of transfer of any kind of a leachable from the secondary also, and we have got umpteen number of examples where the secondary packaging, the labels have been the reason for some extractable leachable also, where I have seen even in the eye drops, where the bottles are squeezy in the sense with a very thin layer of the bottles. At the time of release, you would not see any kind of impurity, but over a period of time, the ink which is used on the labels has actually transferred some of the chemicals through the walls of the bottle and got into the material. So it's your responsibility that you have to look at what kind of chemicals are used for the ink, what kind of varnishes are used, what kind of finishing, because they want to make the labels glossy. In order to make the label glossy and very shiny, they use some chemicals which are detrimental for the product. A typical HDP bottle, if it is used, may not show that leachable or permeability, but the bottles which are very thin, especially in the eye drops bottle, I think those bottles are very susceptible to this kind of transfer of chemicals, and they get impacted on the thing. So you can't look at that, but at least looking at the kind of products that you're manufacturing, looking at the products that you're packaging, that assessment should be done. We cannot give a general answer, but depending on the product that you're manufacturing, it has to be evaluated.
In case of cartons, sometimes the regulatory complaints are received from US, means some shade variation, then regarding some smudging is there, means in leaflets smudging is there. So like that complaints are received. So
obviously when there is a label which is not seen correctly or not legible, obviously it has to be done correctly. You can't go and print it in some very shady printer, no?
Okay, so that should get audited.
Obviously, so you just can't take a printer where the ink starts smudging or ink starts evaporating out and you can't even see it. What is the purpose of the label? It is not just for the sake of, that the information is so important. The batch number, the product name, the quantity, the content is so important. So look at that kind of a criticality of the packaging material. In case of your secondary packaging, okay, the microbial contamination is also very important because you may use some kind of adhesive. At times adhesives are animal origin adhesives also, where they are susceptible to generate microbial growth, and over a period of time due to humidity also, they can bring in those kind of microbial contamination, which ultimately if they are left open along with the products can get contaminated. So all those things should be evaluated. See, basically the secondary packaging should be evaluated very closely by the microbiologist. Unfortunately, the microbiologists are not really looking at those areas. They're just worried about the environment monitoring and the swab and the other things, but they should also go and extend their expertise in this area.
Okay, thank you.
Hello sir, my name is Hemal Shah. I am from Hester Biosciences and my question is to BM Rao sir. Sir, my question is we are into manufacturing of vaccines. We use the glass vials for our vaccines. So the storage of that vaccine, the storage of that empty vials, is it necessary to be in the temperature controlled, or it should be, because the glass vials is generally it is not impacted by the temperature. So it should be in a well ventilated area, or it should be into a temperature control. Because generally we see in, we had audits, certain times it is okay. Sometimes there is a observation which they generally give that you should keep this into a temperature controlled area.
I have not come across any requirements put forward for glass vial to be stored at temperature control area. I mean, something which is differently asked. Why context पता नहीं है, तो इसलिए answer करना थोड़ा difficult है.
The glass vials which are being manufactured by the glass manufacturer, they normally would do a stretch wrapping.
Yes, sir.
Okay, which ensures that there is no direct contact of the environment with the vials also. If that is the case, you are safe. Secondly, you should also evaluate how are you cleaning the glass vials prior to filling it. Is it just air blowing, or it is a complete wash with water and some WFI? So that will also ensure that you are confirming that they don't bring in any kind of a contamination when the vials are filled in. So those things you should evaluate. I mean, if you have those answers saying that, okay, you do a washing with the WFI prior
Yes,
to
sir,
filling,
we do
I
that.
think you are safe in terms of the way probably it has been stored. But if it is, and you should insist on your glass manufacturer, vial manufacturer, to pack it completely. See, there are cases where the stretch wrapping is just done on the sides and the top and the bottom of the glass vials are open.
Right,
okay,
sir.
not like your, you know how the distillery bottles are packed. You've seen
Yes.
that, okay. They're not completely stretch wrapped, only the corners are packed.
Corners are.
So that kind of packaging is not acceptable. So you should be completely packed so that then you don't have to worry about where you store it.
Because sir, just to clarify that the material which we receive, it is the individual trays. We get it in individual trays. Those are also stretch wrapped fully. Then again, the full box is also again stretch wrapped.
How do you clean it? How do you clean the
By using the Wi-Fi, WFI. So, right sir, thank you.
Just
Okay,
for
any more-
quickly
any more
answering your question, is your vaccine is terminally sterilized or aseptically filled?
Septically.
Aseptically filled, right? The time you are going to have the improper storage, it will add on the microbial contaminant and add on the bioburden on the vials. Though there is a process for washing, WFI rinsing, and passing through the tunnel at a very high temperature, and that depends on your process validation. From 8 to 30 minutes, it has to go for 300 or with some plus or minus of the temperature.
Right.
So we can say that, okay, you are maintaining good system, but if you are maintaining the temperature and humidity, it will reduce your microbial contaminants for the entire aseptic processing and will reduce the will increase the confidence on the end product is the only area. If you are satisfied that, okay, your product is perfectly fine to store at XYZ condition, it is okay, but better to have a good control even on the input. There is one classical example, 42 death has happened because of the white ant who has eaten the plastic part of some of the parentals, and that death has happened. So anything can be not seen from the naked eyes, which type of the environmental controls are there. So considering those examples, it is up to you. We suggest only that the environmental control is always better to prevent the microbial contamination, and white ant case for 42 death few years back is a live example.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I think we'll end the question answer session right now because the speakers have flights to catch. So if any of you still have some doubts or questions, you can mail them to idma-gsb@gmail.com. We will forward it to the concerned speaker, and once we receive the reply, we'll forward it to you. So with this, we come to the end of this session. We need to acknowledge clean air engineers who have been supported this workshop, and I would like to call upon Mr. Ritesh Patel of Clean Air to come on the stage. Is he here? Somebody from Clean Air can come. Can I request Dr. Naresh Sharma and Dr. Ravi Kant Sharma to present a memento to Clean Air engineers? I think this was a very exhaustive technical seminar on vendor validation as per revised Schedule M. I sincerely hope that the seminar has got you thinking and given you ideas on how to proceed on this path of compliance to revised Schedule M as far as vendor validation and audits are concerned. We are very grateful to CDSCO, the DCGI, and especially to Dr. Eswara Reddy and Dr. Naresh Sharma, who have been actively involved in arranging such workshops across India and this one for the benefit of industry and to help them impart knowledge about revised Schedule M. I would also like to acknowledge and thank Dr. Ravi Kant Sharma for his continued guidance and support to the Gujarat pharma industry. We are also thankful to Gujarat FDCA, our Commissioner Dr. Koshia and his team of officers for their encouragement and support for this workshop and in general to the pharma industry. The support and cooperation of both these regulatory agencies, the CDSCO and FDCA, will remain a very big factor in the journey of compliance, and we remain thankful to them for their continued support. We are also very thankful to our domain experts, Shri Prabir Palji, Dr. Rajiv Desai, Dr. B.M. Rao, who have taken time out of their busy schedule and flown to Ahmedabad to share their knowledge. They were indeed the stars of this show, and on behalf of the entire pharma industry of Gujarat, I would like to thank them. We would also like to thank and acknowledge the support by Clean Air engineers who have helped sponsor this event. My friends and colleagues from industry, we are very overwhelmed with your response. The response was so good that we had to close registrations 2-3 days before the date of the workshop. And in fact, that is one of the reasons why we live stream this event, this workshop, so that others could also take benefit of this workshop. We request you to continue supporting IDMA in its various activities, because your support and enthusiasm encourages us to take up more such activities. In fact, I would like to take this opportunity to announce another program that we are having under the aegis of Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industry. It's a very interesting program talking about perspectives to tap into the global bioeconomy, and we have some very learned speakers. Professor Srividya Raghavan, who is a professor of law, Texas A&M University, Shri Prakalp Sharma and Professor Avinash Dadich. So I request you to join us for this on December 6th at GCCI Chamber of Commerce Hall, and we would be happy to welcome you there as well. I would like to thank the office bearers and executive committee of IDMA-GSB for their support in organizing this program. On a personal note, this would probably be the last event under the chairmanship of Dr. Shrenik Shah and for me as the Honorary Secretary of IDMA-GSB. So we are happy that this went off smoothly. And I would also like to thank and acknowledge the support provided by IDMA Mumbai staff of Melvin, Daraji, Sapna, and IDMA-GSB logistical support by Mr. Raval, Nitin, and Darshan. And please do write in to us if you have any ideas on what further workshops you need. We are responsive to the needs of the industry. So any particular topic that you need help with, please write to us. We'll try and arrange a workshop on these lines for your benefit. Thank you. Thank you for attending. Thank you, everybody. And please join us for tea and coffee.